Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary. This is another very special episode because there is a guest, which doesn't happen very frequently. Returning guest, no less, Carrie Weeder. Say hi.
Hi. I think this is my, third time? I don't know. Fourth?
Yeah, I know you've at least been on one regular episode and one exclusive episode on Patreon, and maybe more than that. I can't keep track, actually.
Yeah, it's great to be back.
Yeah, I'll put some information in the show notes of the other episodes that you've been on.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Since, it's been a little while, do you want to just tell the people who you are, what you do, and why they should follow you and hire you?
Oh, my goodness. Well, my name is Carrie Weeder, Wieder, I before E. I'm an actress and content creator and just a silly person. I like to sing and play the ukulele. And I don't post much these days, I'm going to confess, on Instagram or Twitter, but LinkedIn, hey, shout out. Look for me on LinkedIn.
Oh, that's where it's at these days.
LinkedIn is where it's at. That's the party. So yeah, I do post videos on there, just silly little random things. I have a few web series. I have a YouTube channel called Random and Confusing that describes my comedy style very well, I think. My sister thinks that my comedy is a cry for help. When I send her clips to my videos, she says, "Are you okay? Did you make this because you need help?" So that gives you a little clue.
And whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter.
No, just enjoy the work for what it is.
Yeah. I think that's the channel where you post a bunch of short, just funny videos of you talking about a thing or whatever.
Oh, that's a different one. That one doesn't even.
Channel.
Yeah, I have two YouTube channels. That one doesn't even have a name. It's just I don't know how you find it. Maybe
it's just you.
Yeah, it's just Carrie Weeder, and I just put little random thoughts throughout the day. Or for COVID, I was like alone for like a year and a half in a house and like by myself and kind of going crazy. And so I just was like, I'm just gonna start making weird videos of what's on my mind, and maybe I'm talking about mulch, or maybe I'm talking about Mayor of Easttown, or whatever. It's just random.
Yeah, I think I've watched all or almost all those videos, and they are very fun and silly.
You might be the only one. You might be the only one.
That's how it goes. There's like a handful of people who even listen to this. So someday people will learn about it and go back and they'll be like, "Oh my God, Carrie!" Like 10 years later, you're just gonna get a big boost.
Yeah, and you as well. You're gonna be trending one of these days.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if that should happen.
Oh,
and yes, there is an ambulance going on.
Wow.
Well, all right. So we are actually recording this on Mother's Day. This is going to air a week from today. This is like the latest I've ever recorded something, a week away from the day it airs. And then I think at the end of the episode, we're going to do a short little Mother's Day thing, just because that's the day we're recording this.
Nice.
But we have to get through the normal set of words before we get there. And there is a word. This is the reason we're recording with Carrie today, because she sent me an email about a word, and there are two words, actually. One of them was not in the book, but this other one is. So I tagged you for this episode. We'll get there later, but first we have to start with the word cruces, Cruces, which is just the plural of the word crux, or maybe crux, Crux, which has not aired yet. So, you got to wait for that. Do you know what that is? The crux or the crux?
Well, cross, Spanish. Yeah. I'm thinking Las Cruces, New Mexico, and a cruz is cross. I did not know that was the plural of crux.
Yes, it is. Let's see. Crux is going to air on May 19th, just a few days later. But yeah, that could be a number of things. And we're going to see more cross words in this episode. We're going to get there. So hang on to that.
Okay.
What do you want to make a little sound effect or have a suggestion for a sound effect today?
For what? Just
you probably. I don't think I was doing the sound effects when I recorded with you last. It's just to designate between each word, between each entry. I just do a little random sound effect.
Do you have a splat?
Like that?
Sure.
I'll just do that. I just do it with my mouth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that is the sound effect for today.
Okay.
The next word.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. The next word is crucial. Crucial. Adjective from 1706. Sharon is just a little bit away from me, and it must be very odd for her to hear just one half of this conversation.
She'll
I
have to
just had that
listen.
thought.
She'll
Yeah,
have to listen in a week and hear what I have to say.
exactly. I won't let her listen to it before then. All right. Crucial, number one, is archaic, and the synonym is cruciform,
Ooh.
which actually will be, I think, in this episode. Cruciform, yes, coming up.
Wow.
2A, important or essential as resolving a crisis. Yes, that's very crucial, and the synonym is decisive. 2B, marked by final determination of a doubtful issue. Marked by final. Okay, we have an example here. The
Please.
crucial game of a series. The Cubs are playing in the World Series, and they've got a 7-game series, and it's tied up 3-3. That last game is going to be very crucial to determine the issue at hand, the determination. 2C, the synonyms are important and significant, as in, what use we make of them will be the crucial question. That is a quote from Stanley Kubrick. Do you have any thought on what he might have been talking about there?
What use we make of them will be the. I have no idea what Stanley Kubrick was talking about.
I don't know. I
Huh.
might have to look
Uh,
into that.
uh, uh, what was the monolith? Was that the
Yeah,
monolith? That's.
2001.
I think he was talking about the monolith. I don't know.
What use we make of the monolith will be the crucial question. Hey, it could have been.
Yeah.
He seems like an interesting guy. Are you a Kubrick fan?
I'm not. I don't get him at all. I was just thinking that last week. Something about 2001 Space Odyssey came up, and I thought about the monolith, and I'm like, I don't get it. People get it. They think he's amazing. I don't get it. That's okay.
Yeah. Have you
That's
seen other films of his?
I saw Eyes Wide Shut like
Yeah.
recently. Like I would say I saw it within the last 4 years. I had never seen it, and my thought when I saw it was, oh, like those women have natural breasts. Like that's something you don't see anymore on
It's
screen.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I saw that in the theater, and I haven't seen it since, so that might need to pick that one up again.
did you see it in the theater when it came out? Because you must have been pretty young.
Yeah, I feel like I was. Well, it's rated R, so I must have been in college,
Okay.
I think, or just barely in college. I don't remember what year, but yeah, have to watch that again. There's a couple of his movies I haven't seen yet, so I need to do like a whole Stanley Kubrick marathon or something.
See, that might be too much for me. I think
Yeah.
I need bite-sized portions.
Just one scene at a time.
Yeah, yeah.
A synonym for the word crucial is just the word acute. ACUTE. And yeah, the etymology, it's from the Latin crux or crux, which means cross. So it's like a cross ways. It's the crucial moment of, oh, are you going to go left or are you going to go right? What is that? That's sort of where I'm thinking this etymology is.
Oh, the cross. I see it. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next word is crucially. Adverb from 1879. Number one, in a crucial manner. What would you do in a crucial manner? Crucial? I don't know. Something resolving a crisis, maybe. And number two, very importantly is crucially. I don't have a whole lot to say about the word crucial. What about you?
No, nothing. I've got nothing.
Yeah. Moving on. That's more like a duck. I'll try and fix
I
it.
thought that the very first time you did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a
I
duck
apologize.
that's splatting. Maybe it's like throwing the duck and it doesn't fly and then splat.
Splats and quacks.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the name of my band. I don't know. The Splats and the Quacks. Okay, next word is crucian carp.
What?
Crucian, and then the word carp, like the fish. It is a noun from 1836. A European sauropnid fish. Oh, that's it. But then the scientific name is Carassius or Carassius. Oh, it's the same word twice. Carassius, or Carassius. No idea how to pronounce that. And it's also just
Kardashian.
called Crucian.
I
What's
think that
that?
Kardashian should marry a Kardashian. And then I don't know what that means.
Carassius Kardashian.
Yeah, that's going to be the next Kardashian child, Carassius.
Oh boy, that would be interesting. Keeping up with the Carassiuses. The name of this carp is from Middle Lower German Karusa, which is perhaps of Baltic origin, akin to the Lithuanian cruces, and that means carp. So it basically just means carp.
Yeah, it's like
Crucian
an
carp is carp.
Eastern European kind of fish.
Yeah, it's European. So people in Europe, they might be able to find this carp in their seas.
They like those carps over there at the Christmas. I'm told that I have a friend who lives in Prague, and I think in that neck of the woods around Christmas, like you walk down the street and like they're selling the carp. I think they're live when you buy them. I think they have
Oh
them in
boy,
tanks, and then you like grab it and take it home.
like
And
at the markets or something.
yeah, the Christmas market maybe you go and get your carp and then take it
Huh.
home and eat it.
I love how all these different cultures have their different things that they do that most people just don't know about. Like I think in Spain for New Year's they do like a 12 grapes like for the once it hits midnight or something, and
Oh,
the people in Prague love carp for
yeah,
Christmas. So
yeah.
it's so interesting.
12 kinds of grapes. You have to get that many.
No, I think it's just 12 grapes, individual
Oh,
grapes that they eat for like each something hour, whatever it is.
interesting.
Not hour,
12
but
for the 12 months,
the
perhaps.
12 dings like at midnight. The clock dings 12 times, and I think you take like 12 grapes. I don't remember. I'm butchering this, I'm sure.
It's like doing a shot, but eating a grape.
Yeah, maybe you can get some grape flavored liqueur and just do 12 shots
There you go.
in a minute.
Some grappa or grappa's wine, but what's that? Yeah, some kind of
Yeah.
grape liqueur.
Well, it's made from grapes, so that counts.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah. All right. I think we said everything we can about carps. I don't know
Well,
anything else about carps.
I want to mention this though. I'm looking at Crucian carp, and
Yeah.
Crucian is not capitalized,
Yeah.
so it's not referring to a
No, it's
country
not
of
like a
origin.
region. No,
No,
it's just the common name, the Crucian carp. Like
got it.
yeah, I'm trying to think of another example. Maybe I can find one here on one of these pages. Probably not. But yeah, it's just the name of the carp.
It's specifying what kind of carp it is.
Yeah, yeah. Which happens to just be carp.
Yeah, carp, right?
Carp. Maybe that was a little bit better of a splat.
That was a juicy one.
It was very juicy. That was a real fat duck.
Yeah.
The next word is cruciate. This is an adjective from 1826, and it just means cross-shaped. So it's just like a cross. And then the synonym is cruciform, which, again, is coming up. But we had another word that had the synonym cruciform, which is crucial. That one was archaic. So it sounds like it went from crucial to maybe cruciate, and then maybe cruciform later. I don't know. I'm just making that up. But basically, it just means shaped like a cross.
Okay, I've never heard it used, I don't think, but I
Yeah.
almost feel like it reminds me of appreciate. So I want to say and make it a verb and say, I cruciate you, Spencer.
I appreciate you too, Carrie.
Thank you.
I agree. Those words. It's hard to know if you've never heard it before. What is this word? I wouldn't have known that it's an
Yeah.
adjective.
Yeah, I would like to see an example, and I'm too lazy.
Yeah.
I'm too lazy to Google it, but I would like to see it used in a sentence.
I often say that because I just need a little bit more context.
Yeah.
What would be cross shaped that's not a cross? I don't know.
A
A
necklace.
plus sign.
She's
A necklace,
wearing a
sure.
cruciate necklace. I don't know. I don't like that word. This so far, this is my least favorite word.
Maybe in addition to word of the episode, we can pick worst word of the episode.
Yeah, I'm really judging this word. I'm really thinking negative thoughts. I think we should move on because we need to go in a new direction.
We will sort of move on.
Uh-oh.
The next
Uh-oh.
word is cruciate ligament.
Darn it.
It
Okay,
could be
well,
cruciate.
there's an example then. There's the example we wanted.
Yes, exactly. So it's a noun from circa 1934, a very specific example. It is either or either of two ligaments in the knee joint which cross each other from femur to tibia, and then especially it is the anterior cruciate ligament, which would be on
Wow.
the back. So the femur is the bone on the top, your thigh bone, and the tibia is the one below the knee, right?
I don't
So,
know. I was going
Sharon,
to Google it again, too lazy, but yeah, I was like, which one's which? Okay.
the
I'll go
tibia
with
bone is below the knee?
I don't know.
Yes,
Oh,
Sharon
Sharon's
confirmed with
telling you.
me. Yeah,
Sharon knows. She's a nurse. Okay.
this is why I keep her around.
Oh, she's good. She's good.
So yeah, it's ligaments, a couple of ligaments that go from the femur bone above your knee to the bone below your knee, and so they crisscross, I guess.
Huh.
Maybe I'll post a picture of
Oh.
your knee ligaments.
I'm intrigued.
All right.
Okay. I'm going to say that I'm not judging this word as much anymore. I'm turning around and appreciating it.
It's not specifically religious or cross related. It's just shaped like a cross.
Right. Right. Now I get it.
Maybe a better way to explain it is it's shaped like a plus sign. Would that be better?
Yes. 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 Yeah. Isn't
Plus-
that funny? How cross you just automatically think of religion.
Right.
Unless
Exactly.
it's Crisscross, the young little singing duo from back in the day that wore their clothes inside out.
Who are not so young anymore.
Yeah, probably not. They're probably grown.
I think they're about my age.
Oh dear. Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, you hear cross. In fact, just a few days ago from the time of recording was a whole episode all devoted to the word cross. And in it, I described 20 different crosses that there was a picture in the book. So I described all of them.
Whoa.
And it was very odd.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of crosses.
Well, let's see how you feel about this next word.
Okay.
It is crucible.
Yes.
Noun from the 15th century. Number 1, a vessel of a very refractory material used for melting and calcining a substance that requires a high degree of heat. And the example of this refractory material would be porcelain. So a vessel for porcelain that you melt and do some stuff with it at very high heat.
Wow.
I have heard of these. I don't really know anything other than that, though. Number 2, a severe test. Is that what the book, The Crucible, or the play, was that
The
a test?
Crucible. It's a test. It's the Salem witch trials. It's Arthur Miller. He wrote that play. It's an amazing play. It's a severe test of
Okay.
standing up for what you believe in. Yeah, I think the next one might also go along with
Might
that
be,
too.
okay.
Yeah.
I think I read the play in high school, possibly for a class, and maybe saw the movie that came out around then. But I may have to revisit that because I really don't remember it. But yeah, that makes sense what you said.
Yeah.
Standing up, yeah, okay. Number 3 for crucible, a place or situation in which concentrated forces interact to cause or influence change or development. And yes, that absolutely makes sense with the Salem witch trials.
Yeah.
And we have an example. It is a quote, conditioned by having grown up within the crucible of Chinatown. And that is from Tom Wolfe. Conditioned by having grown up within the crucible of Chinatown. So in Chinatown, somebody was grown up, and there was a place and a situation where people were trying to influence change and development.
Yes. Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. Oh, boy, I'm really negative today. Jeez Louise. This is a dark C-word day. My goodness.
Come on, Carrie. Get with it.
Ugh.
It just depends on the that's the kind of the fun thing about this is that it completely, whatever that this section of words is, depends on how you react to it and comment what you have to say about it. It changes every single time.
Oh boy. Yeah,
Um,
this is tough.
it is tough. Sometimes the dictionary is tough.
Yeah, I'm glad we're
That
doing this together, Spencer.
yeah, I wouldn't make you do this alone.
Oof.
The quickly the etymology for this is from the Middle Latin crucibolum, which is an earthen pot for melting metals. So that was, of course, the number one definition. But when you think about, okay, well, how did it become a severe test or something working for change? When you put the metal in the pot, it's changing it. It's going to melt it down, or there's change happening. So that's how it became this crucible thing from the number 3 definition.
And it's interesting that you melt metal in an earthen pot. Like you would think an earthen pot
Yeah.
wouldn't be strong enough to handle it, but if you're melting metal in a metal pot, then guess what? The metal pot's going to melt.
Right. They probably have different melting temperatures.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Next word. Splat time. It's failing.
That's a hard. I gave you a tough one. I didn't know you
Do
were going to do it yourself. I thought you were going to press a button, and so I
Oh no.
apologize. I would have
It's
given
no,
you.
no, no, no. You gave me a good challenge. I appreciate it. Do you want
I
to give
would.
it a try
I would have given you like a whinny or something. Yee! Like a horse. I don't know.
next time?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pass. Well,
Fair.
maybe I'll work up my nerve to do a splat in a minute.
All right. We got 6, 7 more words, so you got
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
All right. The next word is crucible steel. 2 words. Noun from 1868. Hard cast steel made in pots that are lifted from the furnace before the metal is poured into molds. So it was melted in a crucible, I would assume. That's the
Yeah.
furnace. And then you put it into molds. I wonder, though, why is it a specific kind of steel? It says hard cast steel. I get there must be different kinds of steel. Do you know your steels, Carrie?
I should know my steels. I'm the granddaughter of steel workers.
Oh,
Both my grandfathers worked for the Bethlehem Steel.
I was not prepared for that.
Yes. So I have a picture on my wall of inside Bethlehem Steel where one of my grandfathers worked. And I should know my steel, and I'm ashamed to say I do not. But I'm trying to figure this out. So this is hard cast steel. It's made in pots. They're lifted from the furnace, but they're not poured into the molds. So it's just
Yeah,
it's
I think they have to get melted in the furnace first, and then they put it into a pot and they melt it in
oh
the furnace, and then the pot is pulled out, and then that gets poured into the molds.
oh got it. Okay, I was confused. I thought that they were naming it. It's the steel that they pulled out before it's poured into the molds, but they're pulling it out and then pouring it into the molds. Okay.
Yeah, and I think that it's called crucible steel because it's a steel. I'm assuming it's made specifically to be melted and then poured into a mold. So it's maybe it's more easily meltable than other steels. But I don't. You mean steel doesn't come up in your work as an actress?
Not yet. I'm hoping one day to do some kind of movie about the steel factories and to honor my family
Yeah.
heritage. But yeah, I haven't.
Write that script.
Yeah, right.
Will it be a slapstick comedy?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Lots
Yeah.
of humor. Lots of humor.
Steel factories are known for their humor.
Yeah.
All right, next word. It is crucifer. And this is the word that we've got Carrie for today. So it is a noun from 1574. One who carries. This is not the part that I think you planned to have here, but don't worry, we'll get there. We'll just read it quickly. One who carries a cross, especially at the head of an ecclesiastical procession, the crucifer. 2, this is the one. Here we go. Any of a family of plants, including the cabbage, turnip, and mustard. And the family name is cruciferi. And then there's the other word. I think it's similar. I can't remember what SYN means, but it is brassicaceae. Brassicaceae.
Oof.
And then cruciferous. That is a great word and an adjective.
So yeah, let's explain why this word has meaning. Because First of all, cruciferous always makes me think of broccoli.
Mm-hmm.
And but I had sent you a word. I read an article, I think it was in the New York Times, about a young woman who was a cruciverbalist. I learned that
Mm-hmm.
word reading that article. She created crossword puzzles, and that's called a cruciverbalist. Also, someone who's adept at crossword puzzles is called a
Mm-hmm.
cruciverbalist. So I just sent that word to you because I'd never heard it before. I was curious if you had heard it, and then I said that it also reminds me of the word cruciferous, and you said, "Hey, that word's coming up on the show." So that's specifically for this word why you had me here today. I'm very grateful. Um, cruciferous also to me it sounds like a Harry Potter word, like you know, uh,
Waving the wand around and you
yes.
say cruciferous, and what happens when people cast that spell?
Then you turn into broccoli,
Obviously.
obviously. And I think
Or cabbage,
yes.
turnip, or mustard.
Yes, yes, yes. And I think it's interesting that Crucifer rhymes with Lucifer. So if we have any songwriters or rappers out there and you need some rhyming words, Lucifer and Crucifer, there you go. You're welcome.
Yeah. And maybe in that context, it's the one who's carrying the cross in an ecclesiastical procession. You could really, dig deep into your religious feelings in that one.
There's so much going on here. Now
Yeah.
we've really changed it around. We've gotten out of the darkness and we're really just we're helping people write songs and talking about religion, and I feel like this could change the world what we're doing right now. It's
I think it
just
could, this
yeah.
very moment.
This also reminds me of the word. I did not know that a person who carried a cross was called a crucifer. It reminds me of the movie Minari. Did you see it? Last year,
No.
Academy Award
Oh, yes,
nominated.
yes, yes, I did. I
Yeah,
did.
and there was a crucifer played by Bill Will. Oh boy, I can't think of his last name. He's an amazing actor, and yeah, he carried a cross around town.
Okay, I vaguely remember that. Yeah. That was a very sweet and interesting movie. I really
It
liked
was
it.
beautiful, beautiful. I know the
Yeah.
casting director,
Oh,
Julia
cool.
Julia Kim. She's amazing. Yes, it was a beautiful
Yeah.
film. That little kid was the cutest kid in like the history of movies. Just
Yeah.
adorable.
Oh
Oh
man.
my gosh.
There were some amazing funny moments in that movie, especially with the grandma. I loved
Oh
it.
boy, beautiful, beautiful film. So yeah, yeah,
Oh,
we've talked about film. If Kubrick isn't your thing, like it's not mine, or even if Kubrick is your thing, check out Minari if you haven't seen it. It's beautiful.
it is definitely not Kubrick.
No, no, the opposite of Kubrick.
Back to your word cruciverbalist, which
Yes.
is a fantastic word. I'm guessing it must be a relatively new word within the last 5 or 10 years. And I was trying to think of, okay, well, what's the etymology of that one? Verbalist, that's the word, verb to word, and then cruce is the Latin is cross. Obviously
Right.
not the religious cross, but just cross words. That obviously is they're into crosswords, and then just loving, I think, words in general. I think it's yeah, that's a good word. I
The
did
word.
have a crossword creator. I had a cruciverbalist on this show. I don't remember when. It was an accident, actually. I just found out that he makes large crosswords. But that's it. Maybe I'll put in the show notes what his episode was.
What? How large are we talking?
Big.
Like
I
a
don't
wall?
remember, but like a poster size at least, if not even bigger. And I think his plan was to maybe make like nine of them to make like an extra large crossword. I think he was working on that. Um,
Wow.
yeah, yeah. I'll put his information in the show notes too. Really
That
nice fun guy. And he knew, like, he had taken Latin, so he like knew etymology and stuff. It was a cool guy. Yeah,
wow. He's a word guy. That guy. Wow.
definitely. Okay, well, maybe let's change the change the feeling in the room a little bit with this next
Totally
word.
change. Yeah.
It is crucifix.
Hmm.
Noun from the 13th century, although I'm pretty sure crucifixes were around way before that.
Yeah.
It is a representation of Christ on the cross. And let's see, it is from the Lower Latin crucifixus, which means the crucified Christ.
Oh.
From the verb crucifigere, which means to crucify, and that is from crux, which is cross, plus figere, which means to fasten. So
Mm.
literally, crucifigere means to fasten on the cross, to attach somebody to a cross. Yeah.
Whoa, dark. Whoa.
Right?
Mm.
Right? Um, well, since we're in this same world, let's just go right to the next word. Nope, that was a fart, not a splat. I'm sorry. It is the word crucifixion, noun from the 15th century. 1A is capitalized. The crucifying of Christ. I
Oh,
bet you
it's
had
capitalized. I didn't.
in yeah, certain people will it's so important that they will capitalize it.
Wow, it's that. Wow. Okay.
Mhm. 1B, the act of crucifying. And 2, extreme and painful punishment, affliction, or suffering. And yeah, I have to imagine that being crucified would be extremely painful and you would suffer a lot.
Yeah, definitely. My goodness. Oof.
I bet you had no idea that we were going to talk about this when you
No,
agreed to
I
do
didn't
this
look at the
today.
words today. Yeah. In the past, I've looked at the words. This time, I was just going to go spontaneous. Yeah, I didn't know it was going to take this dark turn, but oof. But
Do you?
we do say also, yeah, we say, oh, they crucified him, not necessarily meaning they put someone on a cross, but that they were extremely punished. Yeah.
But I mean, that was literally, supposedly literally what happened. Um,
Oof.
have you ever seen The Life of Brian from Monty Python?
I don't know that I have. I'm not
Oh,
a big I'm not, yeah, I'm not
okay.
well versed. I know people quote it all the time and there's stuff I can quote that I don't think I've ever even seen. But yeah,
Sure.
I don't think I have.
All right. Well, if you decide to give it a try, I highly
Okay.
recommend Life of Brian by them, because it's all about a guy who it's around the time of Jesus. There's another guy, and people think that he is the Messiah, and it's hilarity ensues from there,
Uh-huh.
and it
Oh.
ends with a crucifying scene, which is
Oh,
fantastic.
how lighthearted.
Yeah, exactly. Do you have any other thoughts about crucifixes or crucifying or anything?
Crucifixion. Well, maybe that I didn't know how to spell it now that I'm looking at it.
Oh, how
I
would
feel
you
like
view
I don't know. Now I'm gonna have to try to write this down.
crucifixion?
I feel like I would have thought there was a Tion in there, but no, it's a
Yeah,
shin. Okay. All right.
fiction, Xion.
Yeah. Hmm. I'm just
All
pondering
right.
that.
Well, I'm sure there's lots of things that we could say about that, but I don't know if we need to spend time on that.
No,
So,
no, no. We'll move on. And Spencer, I'm feeling it. I'm ready to try a splat.
oh,
I'm a little
please, it's your
nervous, but I'm
turn.
gonna. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm nervous. Here we go. Flap. I
I
don't
think
know.
that was better than most of mine, so
I
I
don't know. It was
approve.
kind of weird. It kind of sounded like that song "Big Country" from the '80s, and he said, "Ha!" I don't know. I
I
sorry.
don't I don't
He's
know
no
it, but now
longer with us.
I'm going to
Big
have to go
country
find that.
in a big country where dreams. I can't sing it, but yeah, it was a big, big song in the '80s. I believe they were Scottish. The singer's no longer with us. Anyway,
I'm going to find
once
it.
you listen, once you hear that song, you'll hear the sound, and you'll go, "That's what Carrie was talking about." It's this random sound he kind of makes throughout the song.
Well, maybe you'll get at least one more shot to try a splat before
I'm
the end of
nervous.
the episode.
I need improvement. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Our
Cruci-
next word.
cruciform.
Yeah, you want to say it?
Cruciform.
There you go. You want to read it?
Oh boy. It's an adjective. It's 1661, forming or arranged in a cross. We already kind of discussed that a minute ago above, right?
Ye-
Cruciform, or we referenced it, but we didn't say what it meant or something like
Yeah,
that.
there were a couple words that had it as a synonym. So that was that one. And then the same word, cruciform, is also a noun. So it could be a noun or an adjective.
I'll let you handle the etymology, Latin such.
That one, it's not that interesting to me, so I'm not even going to say it.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Sorry about that.
Oh boy.
Shall I do the next splat?
Yeah, please. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
It's
I
getting
want
in the
somebody.
gassy. It was a gassy splat.
It was. I want somebody to animate each of these splats and what is being splatted and how it splats. I
Oh,
think
that
that
could
would be
get
fun.
gruesome. Sharon would like
Yeah.
that if it was gruesome.
Oh, for sure.
She loves
I
the
would like it
gruesome.
too.
Yeah. Okay.
So our next word, back to what we were talking about before, it is crucify. It is a transitive verb. It can't be an intransitive verb because then I think you would be crucifying yourself, and that
Oh,
is probably not very possible.
that's not
So it
good.
can only be done to you, or somebody else does it to somebody else. Anyway, let's keep this lighthearted, people. It
Yeah.
is from the 14th century. One, to put to death by
Oof.
nailing or binding the wrists or hands and feet to a cross. Number two, to destroy the power of. Oh, this is
Hmm,
getting more metaphorical.
interesting.
And the synonym is mortify, as in crucify the flesh. So if mortify, maybe if somebody's really embarrassed, they have been crucified.
Hmm.
Yeah, destroying their power.
Hmm.
3A, to treat cruelly, and the synonym is torment. Think Cruella de Vil, crucified Dalmatian. Oh, no, let's not go there.
Okay.
3B, it is the number 2 definition for the word pillory, which is spelled Pillory, as in the example, crucified in the press. So that seems similar to destroy the power of. If you are written up negatively in the press, you have been crucified. And then crucifier is a noun.
Should we give an example just for in the future when your show gets super popular, like what people are going to want to know what's going on in this day and age, like this week, a modern event, current event. So I would say that in the news the last few weeks, two people who have been crucifying each other are Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. That whole
Oh
trial's
boy.
going on. Ooh, boy. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just talking about that with somebody, obviously, because it's been in the news. He has lost a lot. In fact, I think there were maybe just yesterday or a couple of days ago, he was on the stand, and somebody asked him, what have you lost from this? And at the very beginning of this whole process, when people didn't know the full story, he was cut from movies, and that's a big loss. And then just his because it's such a high profile case, just his reputation has
Oof.
been mulled, and there are some people who will never get over that. But I think pretty clearly from the way the trial has gone that it's the other way. Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know that it's pretty clearly. I feel like
No?
people are going to choose their sides, and in my just the little bit I've seen about it, it's hard to choose a side. Staying out of it. But yeah, just for a reference of a modern current event that's going on right now, that's a very good example of two people who are crucifying each other on the
Yeah.
stand, and it's all over the news. So I just wanted, because when you do start trending and get popular, I just wanted to bring that up. What's going
I
on?
do like bringing current events into it. Like, this is what's going on now.
Yes.
As it's being recorded. I appreciate that. And
Yeah.
yeah, no matter what you think about, who's right or who's wrong, what you said is exactly correct. They are definitely crucifying each other in
Oof.
the public eye,
Yes. Yes.
metaphorically.
Yes. Let's count our blessings. Oh, okay.
Carrie, I vow to you right now, I will never crucify you
Oh, thank you, Spencer. Thank you.
unless you do something real bad.
Well, you and I both are working on a film together. I'm associate producer and you're producer. And
Yeah.
yeah, so we just have to make sure everything goes great. Or in the press, I might have to say one day, well, Spencer, blah, blah, blah. No, I won't.
Oh, and if I did, that would be totally fair for you to say. So I give you my
Okay.
blessing.
Oh, okay. Great. That's good. Thank you.
As long as it's true.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
All right.
Did,
Next word. Do you want to do it?
I'm going to try the splat.
Do it.
I'm still not good at it.
Neither am I.
Hold on. How was that? Oh, that was a weird
Oh,
one. That
no,
was
that was
like
good.
That was, I don't know what it was, but anyway, it
It
kind
was
of goes along
different.
with the word. It goes along with the word, I think.
I think you're right. The word is cruck, Cruck. It is a noun from 1898. One of a pair of curved timbers forming a principal support of a roof in primitive English house construction. And I'm definitely going to have to see if I can find a picture and post this on social media because it
That's what I
sounds
was just thinking. I'm
interesting.
Googling
Yeah,
it, and it's, yeah, it's just a frame, kind of like an A frame with a rounded inner part to it.
I like it. I like those
Interesting.
old English houses. This is from the word crook, Crook, which is basically curved timber. Gonna see if I can find that. Let's see,
Curved, yeah.
crook.
It has the
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, bent curve. It was like I think yeah, it was from a hook, like a stick. Yeah, I kind of remember that.
makes me think of the baseball player John Kruk. You might be too young to remember him.
Also, not I don't know enough about baseball.
Okay, yeah, he played on the Phillies. He was kind of a chubby guy. He went into broadcasting afterwards.
Hmm.
Very. It was when they had the real scruffy Phillies, and he was a kind of a character, beloved scruffy character, John Kruk, but with a
And that's
K.
a oh, gotcha. Okay, I was wondering about the spelling. Yeah, that sounds like a good last name for somebody like that.
Kruk. Yeah. So
Last word.
here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, you say it.
All
It's
right.
a good
I'm
one.
gonna
This
I'm
is a
gonna
good
try and
one.
do a.
I think we're ending on a good one. I'm pretty happy.
I 100% agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay, so the sound effect is gonna be.
Oh, that was good.
Thank you. I
Sustained.
had to put some effort into that one.
That was really from on high.
Literally,
I
something was
think
falling.
that splat fell off of the top of a crock.
I think you're right. Some kid got up there and threw something off the cruck.
He climbed up that crock. Yeah. A la
Um,
David Letterman throwing like turkeys off of the top of
yes,
NBC
absolutely.
studios.
Oh my god,
CBS
that was ridiculous.
back in the day.
Well, maybe this kid threw some crud off of this cruck.
Oh, a bag of
That's
crud.
ew.
Oh,
That is our last word.
oof.
Crud, first form from the 14th century. Number one is a dialect. So in some portion of the world, more likely in America, they use the synonym curd, or crud is a synonym for curd, which, that's like the curds from dairy and cheese and milk and all that. I mean, I think calling it crud is not entirely inaccurate.
Well, so curd, so I'm thinking crud is the result of when a curd curdles.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you follow
It's
that?
yeah,
Curdle,
a curd.
curdle
Yeah,
mean to kind of go, it's kind of balls up and is
right.
bad.
Let's see. I have actually recorded that because I went ahead, but yeah, curd. That episode is going to be airing on I think June 5th or
Oh my.
so. June, yeah, something like that. But yeah, it was all about coagulating. Yeah, it's crud to me.
Wow.
2A deposit or incrustation of
Oh,
filth, grease, or refuse.
wow. That is vibrantly spelled out. It's,
Yeah. I
oof,
love how specific and how visceral that definition is.
incrustation. Ugh. I just took a shower. Now I feel like I need to take another one. Wow.
Me too.
Oof.
2B, something disgusting. And the synonym is rubbish. 2C is slang. And my cat Audrey is sticking her face right in the book. You got to move your face so I can read this slang word. It is a contemptible person is just crud. Maybe they would be worth crucifying.
Oh, we should try to make a sentence with this many. They probably worked at the steel factory with crucible steel.
Ooh, yeah.
And then guess what they had for lunch?
Crucifers,
Or
broccoli,
or crucian carp.
or crucian carp, yeah. And maybe they injured their cruciate ligament.
Oh yeah,
on
yeah.
the job.
It's dangerous working with that crucible steel.
Yeah, you're gonna get burned possibly.
Oof, dangerous.
Um, so we have one more definition for crud, which is number 3. Audrey, a usually ill-defined or imperfectly identified bodily disorder. What?
Right? Wait, hold on.
Ill-defined or imperfectly identified. So it's a bodily disorder that is hard to define. So is this, do doctors use this word? Oh, you got the crud. Is that what they say?
Maybe it's like the clap. Maybe, yeah, maybe it's a venereal disease. Oh,
Yeah,
the crud.
maybe. And then cruddy is an adjective.
That's a good adjective.
I like it. I really like that
It
one.
reminds me of
Um,
like the 70s, the
mm.
1970s. Cruddy. I'm having a cruddy
just the
day.
whole decade was
Yeah, the whole
cruddy, or
decade. No, not that the decade, the 70s were cruddy, but it just seems like a word that would have been used a lot in this. I don't know why in the
yeah,
70s.
no, I think that makes sense, and I think a bit in the 80s as well. People don't use it enough these days.
No, we need to bring back cruddy.
Yeah. Well, this very special episode, is going to change the world. So that's the first place.
Yeah, yeah.
It's gonna.
Bring back cruddy.
Um. So I think those were all the words. I will quickly reread them, and then you shall pick a word of the episode,
Oh,
and you can pick your favorite and your least favorite if you want.
okay.
We
Okay.
had crucis, crucial, crucially, crucian carp, cruciate ligament, or possibly cruciate ligament, crucible, crucible steel, crucifer, crucifix, crucifixion, cruciform, crucify, cruck, and crud.
Oof. Well, I already mentioned that cruciate was my least favorite because it
Mm-hmm.
confused me until we got to the ligament part. I'm just going to stick with that. I'm really struggling to choose a favorite because as I said, I really like crucifer for the songwriting, rhyming purposes to rhyme with Lucifer.
Mm-hmm.
But I think my favorite word of this episode is the last one, crud. I think it's just a wonderful word.
It is. I actually agree with you. That was going to be my pick as well.
That's a good one.
Do you want to sing about crud? You can say the
Oh
word or add
boy.
other words.
Well, now I kind of put pressure on myself because then I would have to try to rhyme crucifer with Lucifer. But
You don't have to. You could just say
okay,
crud.
okay, crud. A little song about crud. Crud. Don't be a dud like crud. It's a good word and it rhymes. No, it doesn't rhyme with turd. But it's crud. There's a little song I wrote for you.
Unless you're using the dialect, which is curd, and then it does rhyme with
Right.
turd.
That's why I got confused because I was looking at that and then I saw curd. Yeah. So
Yeah,
that was a confusing song, but it was from the heart.
that's all I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Off the top of the heart.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. That was amazing. And now let's talk about our mothers and C words. And that was
Right.
a terrible transition.
Awkward. Segue much? Yeah, so I spoke to my mother this morning. It's Mother's Day, and then I knew we were doing C words today, and I was like, what's a C word that my mom liked? My mom is from the East Coast. As I mentioned, my grandfather's worked for the Bethlehem Steel.
Yeah.
So my mom has a bit of the Pennsylvania Bethlehem accent. But a C word that my mom likes is cattywampus.
Oh, that is a. I mean, if you don't like cattywampus, there's something wrong with you. I think.
I agree, but I think I think my mom's, no, I'm looking it up. It is cattywampus. I was thinking my mom maybe pronounced it wrong, and I was thinking it was really supposed to be catawampus,
Mm.
but cattywampus is popping up. So yeah, that's a
Are you
C
spelling
word.
it Catty?
I see it that. Oh, here I am seeing CATA wampus as well. So catawampus or cattywampus.
Hmm.
I'd have to research that a little more to see which is correct, but crooked or out of alignment, askew.
Yeah. That I wonder if that's more of a dialect word. I think most people have probably heard of it in some way, but to use it regularly, that might be a more regional kind of thing.
Maybe. Yeah, my mom will
Yeah.
say something's catawamp. Or it also can mean diagonally,
Yeah.
situated diagonally. which then makes it a synonym of like catty corner,
Right?
which some people turn into kitty corner. So
Mm-hmm.
we could just go on a whole tangent there.
Yeah, we're going to
Oof.
end up getting to some completely unrelated word if we keep on going that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, cattywampus, that is a good word. I love words that are just weird like that.
Yeah.
Um, and for my mom, I was having a little trouble coming up with something, but I did come up with two words actually that I
Mm.
think are really good, appropriate for my mom. She is a professional organizer. She
Oh.
started her own little small business maybe, oh, how many years ago? 20, 25 years, probably 25 years ago or so. And, she was always just really good at just keeping our own house clean and organized. And then she would also help her friends and cousins. And so she turned it into a business. The motto of her business is clear your space, clear your mind. So it's a lot about getting rid of clutter and having everything nice and obviously clean. So clear and clean are the two words, the two C words that I think are very appropriate for my mom.
Ah, can she come help me move? Is she
If
available today?
Yeah, not
Okay.
maybe not today, but maybe
Oh,
tomorrow.
I mean, she could jump on a plane and come help me
Yeah.
make my moving be
Um,
clean and clear. That's also a skincare product.
yeah, absolutely. And then of course I have to also mention that she wrote a book called, I think it's just Clear Your Space. I can put a link in there, but yeah, it's basically just stories of particular clients that she's had and various aspects of organization in general. So yeah, go check out her book if you guys want.
So she's kind of feng shui.
Oh yeah,
Is that a thing for
she
her?
she it's an aspect, not totally, but she did actually study it. And so there's definitely that's in her DNA in some way, not literally, but
Mhm.
yes, that's part of it too.
So tell us again the name of the book and your mom's name. Can we look for
Well,
this book? Is it available? Is it readily in print?
her name is Linda Parks,
Uh-huh.
and Sharon, you said the book is Clear Your Mind. That's the whole title of the book is Clear Your Space, Clear Your Mind. But yeah, I'll put some links in the show notes
I love it.
if people want to go find that stuff.
I
Yeah,
love it. And has she ever helped a hoarder?
to an extent, yeah. She over the years, you get all sorts of people. So yeah, maybe not quite what people have seen on TV shows,
Uh-huh.
but not great situations. She has
Oof.
gone and helped, and yeah, that's all. It's if your physical space is all cluttery and messy, it's gonna affect your mind
Yeah.
and your body. So it's good to just clear it out.
I love that. Yeah, I move every year back and forth between two houses,
Hmm.
and I just got rid of a bunch of books, and
Mm.
that felt amazing. I just gave a bunch of clothes to my sister to donate, and I have more clothes I want to get rid of, and it's just the best feeling in the world to get rid of stuff.
Yeah, right. I got to do
Oof.
some of that actually myself.
Oof. Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Your mom helps people. Oh, happy
Yeah.
Mother's Day to Linda Parks. That's a and to my mother. I want to say my mom's name on here.
Do it.
Lorraine Weeder. That's my mom. Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day to Lorraine and Linda and all of the mothers out there a week late because this is
Yes. Oh,
airing
yeah, because
next
this
week.
can be after the fact. That's okay.
But we're actually pretty close, surprisingly.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
Well,
Well,
thank
thank
you.
you. No, thank you.
That was fun. It got dark. Today got surprisingly dark.
It does. It happens
But
sometimes.
when you're dealing with crucifixion,
Yeah.
that could be expected.
It's bound to happen. You powered through it like a champ.
Yeah. And then we got to crud, and then it filled my heart with joy for some reason.
What a great way to end the episode on
Yeah.
crud.
Yeah. Yeah. Who knew?
This is going to be the end of the episode. I will just quickly say go follow me on social media at dictionarypod, email dictionarypod@gmail.com, Patreon and YouTube and Google Voice and merchandise and all those things. The links will be in the show notes. And of course, I will put Carrie's links in the show notes as well, her social media and her YouTube channel
And
and all that
LinkedIn,
stuff.
where it's all
Obviously.
going on.
That's
LinkedIn.
going to be the first one
So
right
you've
at the
got
top.
merch now. I wanted to talk about that. Well, I know we're ending the episode. Maybe we'll do it off air, but the
We
merch,
could,
that's exciting.
hey, nobody's bought anything except my dad bought a shirt, but it's there if people want to.
What about Christoph? How's Christoph? Is he still listening?
He's still there. He's still Patreon. I have Patreon number 2 now. I have Brian as well as Christoph. So thank you to both of them for being
Wow.
loyal patrons.
Congrats. Hi, Brian.
Thank you.
Hi, Christoph. We love you. Buy some merch.
Why not? All right. Well, I think this is a good place to end the episode. I really appreciate, Carrie, you joining me, and I can't wait to record with you again in the future. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. It's the podcast where Spencer reads the stuff and then he tells you what he thinks about them. Oh, this is the top of page 301, and it looks like we are about to come up to episode 1200. I think that's 2 episodes from now. But we're not there yet. We're almost there. As long as my math is correct, that's what I have written in the little margins of the book here. Okay, so the first word in this episode is the second form of crud, C-R-U-D, verb from the 14th century. This is a dialect word, and it's for the synonym. It's the second form of curd. We haven't gotten to the CUs yet. We'll get there. So curd, second form. Some people say crud. Dee-dee-dee-dee-doo. That's going to be the little sound effect ditty for today. The next word is crude. First form, adjective from the 14th century. 1. Existing in a natural state and unaltered by cooking or processing, as in crude oil. Usually, I think when people hear crude, like crude oil, they think of one of these other definitions, which we will get to. But no, it just, in that context, it basically just means in its natural state. It has not been messed with in any way. Number 2 is archaic. Synonyms are unripe and immature. 3. Marked by the primitive, gross, or elemental, or by uncultivated simplicity or vulgarity, as in a crude stereotype. That's a bit more about the one, that's a bit more like the one I was thinking of before. So primitive, gross, elemental, or uncultivated simplicity or vulgarity. Yeah, crude. I appreciate that sort of humor at times, although if it's a stereotype, as in like the example was, that's probably not great. 4. Rough or inexpert in plan or execution, as in a crude shelter. It was just roughly thrown together, not much of a plan, or not very good at making the plan. But hey, you work with what you got. If you're stranded on a desert island, I would make a crude shelter. It would be very crude. Number 5, lacking a covering, glossing, or concealing element. And the synonym is obvious, as in crude facts. Facts, like fact and fiction, facts. Covering, glossing, or concealing element. Trying to they're just crude facts. They haven't been altered in any way. I think that's what that's saying, which makes sense. I mean, if we look at the number 1 definition, that's basically what that's saying. Number 6, tabulated without being broken down into classes, as in the crude death rate. The crude death rate hasn't been broken down into classes, so it's the death rate for everybody. There are certain things that everybody gets affected by, but if it were broken into classes, first of all, it wouldn't be crude, and you would probably see some differences. Maybe the very upper class, maybe Maybe they die from certain things, and then the very lower classes die from other things. But I'm pretty sure that heart disease, cancer, diabetes, accidents, things like that, that pretty much spans everywhere. Oh, great, we're talking about death. A synonym for crude, interestingly, is the word rude. So we took off the C from crude and it became rude. I wonder what definitions we will come across when we get to that word. Crudely is an adverb, and crudeness is a noun. So this is from Latin crudus, which means raw or crude or undigested. And there's more at the word raw. So that's essentially what crude means. Dee-dee-dee-dee-doo. Next is the second form of crude, noun from circa 1904. It is a substance in its natural unprocessed state, especially unrefined petroleum. It's just called crude. So the other form was adjective. This one is the noun. This is the thing that can just be called crude. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-doo. Okay, next is a word that I think most people just pronounce it crudité, but the other pronunciation is very odd to me. There's no little markings to say which syllable is emphasized, and the cru has a UE, crudité, and it's also dite, crudité, but there's no emphasis on any syllable, as far as I can tell. It's just crudité, all the same emphasis. Anyway, it is spelled C-R-U-D-I-T-E-S, and the accent on the E is down on the left and up on the right. Boop. Crudité, noun from 1960. Pieces of raw vegetables, as celery or carrot sticks, served as an hors d'oeuvre, often with a dip. You gotta dip them in something. You know, some of them are okay raw by themselves, but you gotta dip. You gotta dip. This is it's French. It's the plural of crudité, which means rawness. Also from Latin cruditas, which means indigestion. Why would that mean indigestion? That's odd. Do you get indigestion from eating raw things? Well, maybe some raw things, but probably not carrot sticks or celery. Crudus, yes. Okay, so crudité, it's the stuff that you eat that is in its raw form. It's in its crude form. You see the connection there? Oh, very good. Thank you. Okay, so now I will think about that whenever I'm eating raw veggies, which is actually relatively often. Should be more often. It's fairly often. But also, you cannot call things that's like an hors d'oeuvre. You cannot call them crudité if it's not raw veggies. That's what I'm gathering from this. Or just raw in general. Dee-dee-doo-doo-doo. Next is crudity. Crudity, with a ty at the end. Noun, from 1547. 1. The quality or state of being crude. You have so much crudity. 2. Something that is crude. Is crudity. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Next is crudo. Yeah, C-R-U-D-O. Noun from 2000. A dish of sliced, seasoned, uncooked seafood, often served with a sauce. And this is an Italian word, and it means raw. This is the raw section that we're in here. Crudo. Yeah, it's uncooked. Yeah, I don't think I would like that dish. Sorry, that's just me. Dee-dee-dee-dee-doo. Next is cruel. C-R-U-E-L. No more crude words. Cruel, adjective from the 14th century. and it shows the different forms. Crueler, you can spell that crueler with one L or two L's, and then cruelest, you can also spell that with one L or two L's. Crueler, cruelest. Okay, 1. Disposed to inflict pain or suffering. Disposed to inflict pain or suffering, devoid of humane feelings. So, if someone likes to inflict pain or suffering or doesn't have humane feelings, one could call them cruel, as in a cruel tyrant. Sometimes this happens. It just does. 2a, causing or conducive to injury, grief, or pain, as in a cruel joke. If you tell a joke and somebody says, well, that caused me injury, grief, or pain, maybe don't tell that joke again. That's just my 2 cents on that. 2b, unrelieved by leniency, as in cruel punishment. So unrelieved by leniency. There is no leniency happening. They are not letting up on the punishment. Cruel punishment is all the punishment. No leniency. What's another word for leniency? Yeah, just letting up. There's no letting up of the punishment. I think that's a good way to say it. Sure. There's probably a better way. A synonym for cruel is the word fierce. Cruelly is an adverb, and cruelness is a noun. There have been many, many people in the world's history that have been very cruel, and they often rise to lots of power. Could there possibly be a connection between those two? Power isn't all it's cracked up to be. Next is cruelty. So we added a ty, noun from the 13th century. 1. The quality or state of being cruel. Please, don't have this state of cruelty. We're trying to get away from cruelness. 2a, a cruel action. That was a cruelty. 2b, inhuman treatment. Treatment to a human that treats the human as if they were not human. Although, and we're going to see this more in the next word, I would argue that the word human in there is a bit difficult because somebody could treat an animal in an inhumane way, and they're not humans, but they still deserve respect and nice treatment because they are conscious and have feelings both mentally and physically. So yeah, don't just maybe inhuman is not the greatest word. Number 3, marital conduct held to endanger life or health or to cause mental suffering or fear. And the example of this marital conduct would be in a divorce action. So marital conduct held, as in a divorce action, to endanger life or health or to cause mental suffering or fear. So I'm a little bit confused, but I think, is it basically saying that if you are in a marriage that is a danger to your life or your health, well, that would be cruelty. I mean, that makes sense to me. Maybe it's a more legal term because it does say in a divorce action. So in the divorce world, in the legal divorce world, maybe they use this word cruelty in very specific situations. Okay. Beep, beep, boop, beep, beep, boop, beep, beep, boo. Next is cruelty-free. 2 words with a hyphen. It's the thing that we should all strive to be. Adjective from 1983. Developed or produced without inhumane testing on animals, as in cruelty-free cosmetics. This is something that thankfully has become much more wide-ranging than back in the 80s. Obviously, we because my wife and I are vegan. We try to buy as many cruelty-free products as possible. You got to do your research sometimes. I think a lot of them are labeled right on the thing: shampoo, cosmetics, all that stuff. They'll usually label it. Hopefully, sometimes they will. Most companies aren't great about that, actually. Is there a bill that can be created to get the companies to legally be required to put a thing on there that says this has been made cruelty-free testing, or the opposite? It would be even better to see this one. This was used with cruel testing, and I don't want to buy that. I need to know. I need to know if there was cruel testing on animals or something. Okay, next word. Do. It is cruet. C-R-U-E-T. Noun from the 14th century. 1. A vessel to hold wine or water for the Eucharist. And I think this is what they use in church. 2. A usually glass bottle used to hold a condiment, as oil or vinegar, for use at the table. Had no idea those had names, that little glass bottle. But yeah, you've seen oil or vinegar in that little thing. They come in different shapes and sizes, but I guess they're called cruets. This is from, from Middle High German, Kruche. No idea how to say that word. K-R-U-C-H-E. And that means pitcher. So yeah, it's just a thing that holds a liquid. And there's more at the word crock. Dee-dee-doo-doo-doo. Next word, cruise. It's our last word. We got two forms here. C-R-U-I-S-E. First form, verb. From 1651, we are starting with intransitive. 1. To sail about, touching at a series of ports. To sail about. Where does the emphasis go on touching? To sail about touching. No, I think it's touching at a series of ports. But yeah, you get in a big boat. You go around the water. You go to this port. You hang out for a bit. You get back on the boat. They sail around. No, this wouldn't be sailing. They're usually, they got engines and fans to push them along the water. And then they go to another port. You hang out there. I've never done a cruise. I don't know if I ever want to. People get sick a lot. You're all trapped with everybody's germs together. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's the greatest idea, but you get to see some places, so that's cool. Number 2, to move or proceed speedily, smoothly, or effortlessly. As in, I'll cruise over to her house to see if she's home. So you're gonna go over to her house speedily, smoothly, or effortlessly. Man, I am boggled by some of these definitions. It just seems like highly specific, but also kind of vague. I don't know. But yes, it's so fun to just cruise over to your friends' houses. Okay, 3, to travel without destination or purpose. Just hop in the car, cruise down the road. Some people love to do this. They just love driving, no destination in mind, just want to drive a while. I've never been like that. I always feel like I need a purpose or a destination, but it can be nice. 4A, to go about the streets at random, but on the lookout for possible developments. Okay, to go about the streets at random, but on the lookout for possible developments. What might these possible developments be? You'd have to drive around the same place, the same street, the same corner over and over again to see if things are developing. Possibly. As in, the cab driver cruised for an hour before being hailed. The cab driver was looking for developments. The development for the cab driver would be to be hailed, to be hired to take somebody from one place to the other. 4B, to search, as in public places, for a sexual partner. Very similar thing. I don't think this is typically driving. Maybe walking. It could be driving, actually. But yes, very similar to the cab being hailed, but also very different. You are in this case, you are still looking for possible developments. Just has a whole different meaning. Number 5A is talking about an airplane. To fly at the most efficient operating speed, which I believe is typically between 35,000 and 40,000 feet above the surface of the Earth. That's pretty far. And why is it the most efficient operating speed up there? Well, I know it's pretty windy, but it must be above a certain level of atmosphere. There's lots of different levels, and I don't know all of them, but it must be above a certain level where you can move more easily through the air. Number 5B is talking about an automobile, and this is to travel at a speed suitable for being maintained for a long distance. And I think that's going to be connected to the first word in tomorrow's episode as well. Just cruising on the highway, cruising on the highway, cruising on the highway. We're at a really good speed for cruising on the highway. Okay, now we've got transitive 1. To cruise over or about. I guess that's like the one, I'll cruise over to her house to see if she's home. Maybe that's what that is. Number 2, to inspect as land with reference to possible lumber yield. Inspecting land for possible lumber yield. That's cruising? Maybe you're on a boat because you got to get to because you need, I don't know. 3A, to search in a public place for a sexual partner. There's that one again, but this is the transitive. 3B, to approach and suggest sexual relations to. Yep, similar. The first one is searching. This one is approaching. You're actually making an effort to make this sexual relation happen. Number 4, to explore or search the offerings of. And especially the synonym surf, as in cruise the internet. I don't know how much people actually use that one. Surf the internet. I think people still probably use, but it feels a bit dated, doesn't it? Surf the internet. What do people do people even say a thing anymore for this? The internet is just so ingrained in us now. Okay, what does the etymology have to say? From Dutch, cruisen, which means to make a cross, or cruise. To make a cross? Who knew? Let's see. Anything else? No, not really. Yeah, so if you're cruising on the highway, cruising for a partner, cruising for lumber yield, cruising over to your friend's house, you're making a cross. I honestly have no idea what the connection is there. Okay, one more. It is the second form of cruise, noun from 1696. An act or an instance of cruising, especially a tour by ship. That's what it is. I'm a little surprised. There was one definition that was not in here, and maybe, I'm trying to find, there was one that was kind of similar. Just see if I can find it. Maybe it was this one. Here we go. 5B, of an automobile, to travel at a speed suitable for being maintained for a long distance. And now that I think about it, I think I'm mixing up my words. There's cruise. Oh, coast. That's the one I'm thinking of. If you're in a car, maybe on the highway, you're going at a good speed, you let off the gas, you're coasting. Did we ever read this word? Yes, obviously we did. We've been going through this alphabetically. I'm trying to remember if that one was in there. I'm gonna find it. But yeah, coast. The other definition with coast is getting behind a truck, and they displace the air so much that you can you can just coast pretty well behind them. Okay, I have to, just for my own sanity, I have to go back to coast. Let's see, verb, to move along the side, travel on land. Some here, to slide, run, or glide downhill by the force of gravity. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, just wanted to check on that. So the words in this episode were crud, crude, crude, crudité, crudity, crudo, cruel, cruelty, cruelty-free, cruet, cruise, and cruise. I very much enjoyed all of the crude words, all of the things that I didn't know were related to the word crude, like raw, crudo, crudity, crudité. But I think I'm going to pick cruelty-free as the word of the episode because I think we need more things to be cruelty-free. How hard is that? It's not. It's just not. Cruelty-free is the way to go. That's my song, hitty-hi-ho. Okay, that is going to be it for this episode. I have not recorded yesterday's episode because there is a possibility that a guest will join, a returning guest will join me for that journey. We'll see what happens. Might be a little bit until we can record it, but that's fine because I'm about a month and a half ahead. So that's good. Okay, this has been great. Thank you so much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Word nerds, what is up with you? Let's talk about the words in this episode of the dictionary. Hello, word nerds, how are you doing? Great. So wonderful. Let's just get into the words because I've been talking slower and I've been having a lot to say and the episodes are getting longer, so let's get into it. So, the first word in this episode is cruise control. 2 words, noun from 1960. 1. An electronic device in a vehicle that controls the throttle so as to maintain a constant speed. Sometimes I use this in my car. I use this electronic device in my vehicle. You hit the button to turn it on, then you set your speed, you hit set, you take your foot off the gas, and then the car just goes at that speed. If you go up a hill, the car has to put some extra gas. It's very smart, this car. All these cars have these days. And then if it's going down a hill, it might, put on the brake or lessen the gas or whatever it has to do, but it's trying to remain at a constant speed. But you got to be careful. You can't do this when there's a whole bunch of other cars around you. If your speed has to fluctuate up and down, this is best if you're on the open road or there's just not a lot of cars around and you can just stay at a constant speed. And then what some cars these days, these fancier cars, they got little buttons. If you want to raise the speed by like 1 mile per hour or maybe 1 kilometer per hour, you hit the up button and it just goes up. Or you can hit the down button and it goes down. It's great. And I think it is also better on gas mileage. You're going to get better gas mileage if you use the cruise control. But yeah, you can only use it in certain places. 2. A relaxed and seemingly automatic pace that is easily maintained. That could be anything. A relaxed and seemingly automatic pace. It could be so many things, either physical or mental. You could say, "Hey, we're in cruise control. We're just doing it, just going for it at this automatic pace that we can maintain easily." All right, I gotta make a sound. What sound is me gonna make? These literally are not planned ahead of time. So that's why you get what you get. Next is cruise missile. 2 words, noun from 1959. A guided missile that has a terrain-following radar system and that flies at moderate speed and low altitude. Okay, so yeah, it's very smart technology for 1959. It can follow the terrain. It's got radars. And then it's going to hit something and blow it up. Yay! Great. Wonderful. he says sarcastically. Okay, what was the sound effect I made? I don't know. Beep. Next is cruiser, noun from 1695. 1. A vehicle that cruises. As 1A, a vehicle that cruises. Yeah, okay. Well, okay, this is interesting. So 1A, the synonym is squad car. And yeah, that's a police car. We hear them called cruisers. But I still don't totally understand why that would be a cruiser. It's a vehicle that cruises. They cruise. The cop cars cruise? How do they cruise? Do they have cruise control? Are they going at a smooth and effortless speed? Why do we call them cruisers? I don't understand that. 1B, a powerboat with facilities necessary for living aboard. And this is called also cabin cruiser. And the example of these facilities would be a cabin and plumbing. Why exactly it's called a cruiser? Because it has those things, not entirely sure. But yes, you can cruise on the boat and, well, I guess, see, I'm thinking of this as like just a single person boat, or maybe a few people, like a sailboat. But no, this is maybe more of like a cruise ship. Is cruise ship on here? No. We can call those a cruiser, I guess. Number 2, a large, fast, moderately armored, and gunned warship is a cruiser. Number 3, a person who cruises. They can cruise in so many different ways. In a car, on a boat, in a plane, on a bike, probably. They're just a cruiser. Okay. Next is cruiser weight. So this is one word, and weight is like, how much you weigh. Cruiser weight, noun from 1920. A boxer in a weight division having a maximum limit of 190 pounds. But is there not a minimum limit? Don't they have like a minimum and a maximum? But yeah, okay. So the boxers, I wonder if there's if wrestlers also have this, but definitely boxers have cruiserweight. I've never heard of it before because I don't follow boxing. Next is cruller. Cruller, noun from 1801. 1. A small sweet cake in the form of a twisted strip fried in deep fat. Wow. Fried in deep fat is quite something. Had no idea that they were fried in deep fat. Are all donuts fried in deep fat? Some are baked. I think it's more of like an oil now, but maybe it's a deep fat? What is a deep fat? What does deep mean here? Number 2. This is Northern and Midland, and it is an unraised donut. So all unraised donuts in Northern and Midland, wherever that is, they call them crullers, but most people call crullers, they're sweet, small sweet cake, twisted and fried. This is from Dutch krull, which is a twisted cake. Also from krull, but spelled differently, which means curly. That's why it's twisted. And there's more of the word curl. Next is crumb. crumb. First form, noun from before the 12th century. 1a. A small fragment, especially of something baked, as bread. It's just a small fragment of bread. I think there's a line in a They Might Be Giants song that has the word crumb in it, so maybe I'll put in a clip.
Got a job at the crumb factory. It's my very first job.
Okay, 1b, a porous aggregate of soil particles. Those are called crumbs. A porous aggregate of soil, so it's just a bunch of soil together. I think that's just what it is. 2, the synonym is bit, B-I-T, as in a crumb of good news. Just got a little bit of good news, just a bit of it. The rest of it is bad news. 3, the soft part of bread. The soft part of bread? What's the hard part of bread? The crust is still pretty soft. How do you use this one? A crumb of bread. A crumb of bread is just a little piece. Number 4 is slang, and it is a worthless person. You are being such a crumb. I think I might be a crumb. The etymology isn't very helpful, so we're going to move on to beep. The second form of crumb, transitive verb from the 14th century. 1, to break into crumbs. Can you go crumb that soft part of bread into crumbs? Number 2, to cover or thicken with crumbs. What? To cover or thicken with crumbs. Is this like you're thickening a soup? No, not. You probably wouldn't thicken a soup with crumbs, would you? What else? I need some examples. Number 3, to remove crumbs from. As in, crumb a table. In very fancy restaurants, you will see the waiters come by with these, they sort of look like knives, and they just scrape it across the table to remove all the crumbs and all the crap that the previous people left there, and then it just goes onto the floor. Beep. Next is crumble. First form, let's get ready to crumble. This is a verb from 1547, starting with transitive. There's just one, and it is to break into small pieces. Crumble, just as the cookie, that's the way the cookie crumbles into small pieces. Intransitive, 1, to fall into small pieces. So the first one, you are actively breaking it into small pieces, and this one, the thing is just falling by itself into small pieces. And the synonym there is disintegrate. 2, to break down completely, and the synonym is collapse. As in, marriages crumble. Sometimes it happens. They just collapse down completely, and it has crumbled. It's not just marriages, it's friendships, relationships, all those kinds of ships. Let's see. This is from Middle English, kremlin, which is from Old English. What is this word? Gecrimian? G-E-C-R-Y-M-I-A-N. No clue how to pronounce Old English. I just like to say Gracimian, and that means to crumble. Yeah. The second form of crumble is a noun from 1860. 1, something crumbled. Also, fine debris. That's just called crumble. Number 2 is the second definition for the word crisp. Beep. Next is crumblings, with an I-N-G-S, crumblings. Noun from 1660. It is crumbled particles. So, is this crumble? Something has crumbled into pieces, and then those have been crumbled into particles, and they're crumblings? Are they just little crumbles? Crumblings. I don't know why I like that word. Crumblings. Okay, next. Beep. I literally have no idea what that first sound effect was that I made, so it's just sort of something, it's something new, I think. Okay, crumbly. Adjective from 1523. Easily crumbled, and the synonym is friable, as in crumbly soil. It's not hard. Maybe it's kind of hard, but then you can easily break it up into maybe crumblings. Crumbliness is a noun. What is the crumbliness of this soil? Friable. I've never heard of that word. Friable. Curious about that. Beep. Next is crumb structure. 2 words, noun from circa 1906, a soil condition suitable for farming in which the soil particles are aggregated into crumbs. I think I need to reread this. A soil condition suitable for farming. So the condition of the soil is good for farming. The soil particles are aggregated into crumbs. Huh? They're put into crumbs? Is crumb? Do you want your soil to be crummy for farming? Oh, the cats are going crazy out there. Okay, not sure about that, but you call crumb structure. That is a thing that farmers must discuss at the dinner table. How is the crumb structure today? Beep. Next is crummy. Crummie, or Y instead of the IE. Noun from 1724. This is chiefly Scottish, and the synonym is cow, but especially one with crooked horns. So if a cow has crooked horns, the Scots call it a crummie. Why? Well, this is from the Scottish word crum, which means crooked. And that's that. Yeah, crooked, crumb. That's Scottish. A cow with crooked horns is crummy. Beep. Next is crummy again, but this one is spelled either the crummy version or crumby, although I don't think you would pronounce the B, crumby, but it's just crummy. Adjective from 1567, number 1 is obsolete, and the synonym is crumbly. It's funny how if you take out the L, it just becomes crummy with no B sound, but then you put the L back in and it's crumbly. 2, very poor or inferior, and the synonym is lousy, as in crummy weather. Also as in has a crummy job. I hope your crummy job isn't going out into crummy weather to talk about it. Crumminess is a noun. There's so much crumminess in that weather. Oh, maybe there's crumbs falling from the sky. That could be crummy weather. Beep. Next is the first form of crump. C-R-U-M-P, crump. It is an intransitive verb from 1646. Number 1, the synonym is crunch. 2, to explode heavily. To explode heavily is a crump. Oh, this is new to me. How can you explode heavily? Maybe the next one will help. Beep. Second form of crump, noun from 1914. 1, a crunching sound. I've definitely never heard of crump used for crunching. 2, synonyms are shell and bomb. There's the bomb thing again. Crump. Interesting. Okay. Next. I'm trying to see if I can remember what that first sound effect was. Beep. It's getting fun. We're having so much fun here, people. If you are not having fun listening to this podcast, you need to leave. Okay, education is all about fun. That's why this is edutainment. Okay, third form of crump, adjective from circa 1706. It is chiefly Scottish, and the synonym is brittle. So if something is brittle, it breaks easily. The Scots call it crump. This is possibly, perhaps, an alternative of crimp, which means friable. There's that word again. Friable. Beep. Next is crumpet. Noun from 1638. It is a small, round, unsweetened bread cooked on a griddle and usually split and toasted before serving. Maybe we need to post a picture of a crumpet. Is there anything else from this episode or the last one that we might want to post a picture of? Trying to think. I don't know. Maybe the cruller, maybe a cruller. Maybe crudité. Maybe we can find a good crudité, a crudité platter. A platter of crudité. Okay, we got to get back on track here. So that was crumpet. The etymology for crumpet says it is from Middle English crumpid, which I guess it means cake, also wafer, literally means curled up cake. So maybe when you put it on the griddle, maybe the edges get curled up a little bit. Let's see, anything else from the verb crumpen, which means to curl up. Maybe curling up with your cat on the couch with a blanket. No. Also from crumb, which means crooked. Crooked. Crooked and curling. That's a crumpet. That is why a crumpet is called a crumpet. I don't know if I've ever had a crumpet. It's very British, I think. Next is crumple. First form, verb from the 14th century, starting with transitive. 1. To press, bend, or crush out of shape. You crumple up paper. That's the thing I think that we do mostly. Synonym is rumple. Crumple and rumple. You're pressing it, bending it, or crushing it. 2. To cause to collapse. Like a building crumples. You're making the building crumple. Intransitive, time, number 1, to become crumpled. And 2, the synonym is collapse. Next is the second form of crumple, noun from the 15th century. It is a wrinkle or crease made by crumpling. So when you crumple up a piece of paper, you have crumpled the paper, and then you can unfurl it, you can sort of flatten it out, but it's still going to have all of the creases and the wrinkles, and each one of those is called a crumple. So there's a crumple on a crumpled piece of paper. Crumply is an adjective. One more for this episode. It is crumple zone. 2 words, noun from 1973, and this is a section of an automobile body designed to absorb the force of an impact in order to protect the passengers. So maybe the trunk and possibly the front of the car where the engine is, maybe they're designed to crumple a bit more because then the rest of the thing where the people live, needs to be very strong so it doesn't crumple on the people. You don't want a car to crumple on the people. That's very bad. But yes, the other parts, they can crumple a bit more, and that's where a lot of the energy of the impact is going to go. Okay, we did it. The words in this episode were cruise control, cruise missile, cruiser, cruiser weight, cruller, crumb, crumb, crumble, crumble, crumblings, crumbly, crumb structure, crummy, crummy, crump, 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 crumpet, crumple, crumple, crumple zone. I swear there were like twice as many words in this episode as there were in yesterday's episode. Okay, are we going to go the sweet tasty dish route, or are we going to go cruise control? Crumbs are great. Crumbs. But then they get all over the place. I don't know. Maybe we'll pick cruise control as the word of the episode, because It's very good. It helps you save on gas. I was just actually using cruise control a few days ago, and my car has one of the things that shows you your estimated miles per gallon on a little electronic dial thing, and so it went up when I put on the cruise control. The dial went up to say you're getting a better miles per gallon because you're using cruise control. Good job, Spencer. Good for you. So yeah, it's when you can use it, it's pretty helpful, I think. Cruise control, we're going cruising on the highway. We're using cruise control at some sort of miles per hour. It could be 60 or 70 or 80, but then you're probably gonna get a ticket from the police. All right, enough of this nonsense. We gotta end this. Gotta end it right now. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary. The Dictionary. It's the podcast where Spencer reads the dictionary. All right. So the first word in this episode is crunch. C-R-U-N-C-H. First form, and yeah, I think my sound effect is going to be just a very bad crunch sound. If I had a thing I could crunch on, I don't have like a crunch bar or chips. If I had some chips, I would eat a chip between each word, but I don't have that. Okay, so crunch, verb from 1706. We are starting with intransitive. 1. To chew or press with a crushing noise. If you chew on a thing or you press on a thing and it makes a crushing noise, it's a crunch. 2. To make one's way with a crushing noise. To make one's way. So is that like if you're walking down the lane and there are some crunchy leaves, you are making your way down the leaves, and when you step on them, you make a crushing noise, which is a crunch. Now we have transitive. 1. To chew, press, or grind with a crunching sound. And is it odd to anybody else that in the first intransitive definition it said a crushing noise, but then for this one it says a crunching sound? Why do they have to use different words? Are they different? Number 2, this synonym is process, but especially to perform mathematical computations on, as in crunch numbers. I wonder what that was. Why did the first people who made computers or calculators or whatever it was, why did it become crunch numbers? We gotta crunch the numbers. Crunchable is an adjective. It sounds like a snack or a cereal. Crunchables. This is an alternative of crunch with an A. C-R-A-U-N-C-H. That's a bad crunch sound. Second form of crunch, noun from 1832. 1. The act of crunching. 2. A sound made by crunching. You make a crunch when you crunch. 3. A tight or critical situation, as 3a. A critical point in the buildup of pressure between opposing elements. And the synonym is showdown. I want to see a showdown between elements. The hydrogen and helium, do they have a showdown? The critical point of the buildup of pressure between opposing elements. I think I need a little bit more context on that, but yeah, I mean it's getting very crunchy where those elements are. 3b, a severe economic squeeze. And the example of what might be squeezed is credit, on credit. Okay, 3c, the synonym is shortage, as in an energy crunch. There's not enough energy to go around, so it's a crunch. I am very curious why they picked these words. I mean, you're crunching. You got to crunch down on your energy usage. I don't know. Number 4, a conditioning exercise performed with a supine position by raising and lowering the upper torso without reaching a sitting position. This is about all I can do. It takes a whole lot of effort for me to do a full sit-up. I got to work on it. Got to work on those abs, that core. But yeah, supine means that you're on your back. I'm trying to remember what the other word is when you're on your front. I know it somewhere in my brain, but in this case, you're on your back. I've heard it's best to, I mean, I don't know, the science of this probably changes all the time. And they say that you put your hands behind your back, but you don't want to pull your head because that can mess up your neck. So you don't really want to put any pressure on your head. If you stick your elbows out from your head with your hands just sort of behind your head and you keep your elbows back, that's going to give you a better crunch because you're working your abs more. You want to keep your neck and your back straight, I think, if you can. Try not to like curl things badly. But, don't rely on my description because there's going to be somebody else who can give you a better one. But, it's a good exercise. I try and do some most days, and then I'm trying to do some more actual sit-ups too because you got to work it all. Then you got to work on your obliques. You get on your side. You do a side crunch. It's good stuff, people. Next is cruncher, noun from 1946, one that crunches. That person eating chips is a cruncher. I wish I was a cruncher right now. 2, a finishing blow. I'm assuming that would be in boxing, probably. It must come from just hitting the person and they fall. They crunch. Their whole body crunches down to the mat. Next is crunch time. Although I think most people say it's crunch time. 2 words, noun from 1976. A critical moment or period when decisive action is needed. You gotta do something. This is the time we all gotta buckle down and do what is needed. What is needed? The example of the end of the critical moment or period as near the end of a game. Yeah, if there's only a couple minutes left in a sporty game, it's crunch time. You gotta do something. If you're behind by a goal, bring it together, people. Crunch. I don't know where I'm going with that one. Next is crunchy. Adjective from 1913, making a crunching sound when chewed or pressed. There's an ED there. As in, crunchy lettuce. Yes, lettuce is rather crunchy, or it can be. Crunchily is an adverb. That is an interesting adverb. I guess he walked down the street in the fall crunchily. Crunchiness is a noun. It's crunch. It's a good word. I like it. Oh, maybe not as much as this one. Although this is different when you read the definition. It is crunk. Yeah, crunk is in the dictionary. CRUNK, noun from 2000, and this is a style of southern rap music featuring repetitive chants and rapid dance rhythms. We will maybe have to put in a short little clip of this so we can all hear it. This is from the word crunk, clearly, which is a word of fluctuating meaning used during the 1990s in lyrics of the rap sounds Outkast and Lil Jon and the East Side Boys. I almost missed that last word because it was on the next line. The East Side Boys. So let's listen to some crunk, some crunk southern rap music. Next word. It is crupper or crupper? Crupper? Something like that. I think crupper is probably a better way to say it. Crupper. Noun from the 14th century. 1. A leather loop passing under a horse's tail and buckled to the saddle. All the parts that people put on a horse, they have a name. All I know is the saddle, and there's the bit, and I think we came across another one a while ago. I don't know their names. This is the crupper. Number 2 is the first form of the word croup as a synonym, but then broadly, that croup is C-R-O-U-P. We read that a little while ago. But then broadly, we have the synonym buttocks, which makes sense because we, let's see, the crupper, it goes under the horse's tail, which is literally their buttocks. Right there. That's where it all is. The tail, the buttocks. Yeah. So, what is the etymology? It is from Anglo-French croup or crouper, which means hindquarters. And then, you can go find more at the word croup, C-R-O-U-P. Next is, this is sort of a hard word to say maybe, crural. C-R-U-R-A-L. Crural. Adjective from 1599, of or relating to the thigh or leg, but specifically, the synonym is femoral, F-E-M-O-R-A-L, femoral, as in the crural artery. I have heard of the femoral artery, so is this literally the same artery? It just has two names? Crural artery, femoral artery. Maybe I might have to put some more information in the show notes for that one. This is from the Latin word crus, C-R-U-S, which means leg. So yes, it has to do with the thigh or the leg. Maybe this next one is related. It is crus or crus, spelled just C-R-U-S, and that is the Latin word. That's the etymology of the one that we just read. So what does it say? It is a noun from circa 1751. By the way, the plural, it would not be cruces, it would be crura, C-R-U-R-A. That's an interesting plural for a word. So crus is the singular and crura is the plural. I don't like saying that word. This is any of various anatomical parts that resemble a leg or a pair of legs. What might that be? Would a rib resemble a leg? Probably not. Interesting. Cruce. Next is crusade. First form, noun from circa 1708. Number 1 is capitalized. Any of the military expeditions undertaken by Christian powers in the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries to win the Holy Land from the Muslims. Well, if they were there, I don't know the history of this. It's very complicated. Number 2, a remedial enterprise undertaken with zeal and enthusiasm. We're going to go on this remedial enterprise, and we have so much zeal and enthusiasm. Is that what Indiana Jones went on? He had a lot of zeal and enthusiasm for that last adventure. Although it was not the last adventure. It was not the last crusade. Okay, the etymology says it is a blend of the Middle French croisade and the Spanish cruzada, and both are from the Latin word cruc or crux or crux, which means cross. So yeah, that makes sense. If you look at that first definition, it's the Christian powers going to defeat the Muslims for the Holy Land, and that's related to the cross and Jesus Christ. So that's why it's called the crusade, because they were there to go do something for the cross. Next is the second form of crusade, intransitive verb from 1732, to engage in a crusade. Let's go engaging in a crusade. Bibbidi bop ba-doo ba-dee bee babe. Crusader is a noun. Next is crusado. Crusado. It could also be cruzado or crusado. Is that what it's telling me? Cruzado. That one, cruzado is spelled with a Z. Noun from 1542, an old gold or silver coin of Portugal having a cross on the reverse. And this is from Portuguese, cruzado, although maybe they say cruzado. And that literally means marked with a cross, because it is literally marked with a cross on the backside. Gold or silver coin. Maybe you can go on a crusade to find some cruzados. Next is either cruise or cruce, spelled C-R-U-S-E. Cruce. I think cruise might be better. Noun from the 13th century. A small vessel, as a jar or pot, for holding a liquid, as water or oil. This is from Old English cruce, spelled the same way, although there's a little accent on the U, I think, and that means pitcher. And I think we had another one similar to this not that long ago. I think it had a similar etymology. I have no idea where it was, but I do remember that. Oh, here, might be this one. A cruet. Different etymology, but it is similar. Cruet and cruise. But yeah, it's just a little thing to hold some liquid. Why are there so many names for those? I don't know, maybe because different people from different parts of the world have named the thing in their own language. We got one more for this episode. It is the word crush. C-R-U-S-H. First form. The second form will be in tomorrow's episode. Oh, I'm so sorry. This one is a verb from the 15th century, starting with transitive. 1a. To squeeze or force by pressure so as to alter or destroy structure. The atoms, the elements, the molecules inside of a star, they are being crushed. They are being squeezed and forced by pressure, and then their structure is destroyed or changed. It's altered, because then they combine, they fuse together to create bigger molecules. But our example here, crush grapes. Yes, crush grapes, and then it gets turned into wine. 1b, to squeeze together into a mass. A mass of what? Crush cans. I like that. I remember just lining up a bunch of cans on the ground and then seeing how many you can smash. Number 2 for crush, the synonyms are hug and embrace. Although I don't think I want to hug somebody who's going to crush me. 3, to reduce to particles by pounding or grinding, as in crush rock. Crush rock. That should be a kind of rock music. Crush rock. 4a, to suppress or overwhelm, as if by pressure or weight. 4b, to oppress or burden grievously, as in crushed by debt. Oh boy, that is a big thing here in America. Many people are crushed by debt, between mortgages and credit card debt and student loan debt, and why we can't figure this out is beyond me. I mean, no, I do know why, but it just baffles my mind that there are so many people who don't want to make different decisions to make people's lives easier and better, and we can prosper all together. You look at other countries. I don't think they're nearly as crushed by debt as we are. I don't know. They got different systems over there. I don't know enough about it. But I do know that many people are crushed by debt. For C, to subdue completely. Number 5, the synonyms are crowd and push, as in, we're crushed into the elevator. Also, I would like to add in crushed into a train car, because I have definitely been on the train in Chicago during rush hour, and you're getting crushed in like sardines. Not a great place to be. Number 6 is archaic, and oh, by the way, I don't think I mentioned these are all transitive. I may have forgotten that. So 6 is archaic, and the synonym is drink. I think we need to bring this one back. I do think that some people sometimes might say, like, I crushed that beer, meaning I drank it so fast, possibly, but yeah, it doesn't really get used that way. Now, would that be that? That would be the verb. I'm drinking. I'm crushing my drink. And now we have intransitive. Number 1 is obsolete. The synonym is crash. Crash and crush. I mean, if you get into a crash, you might be crushed. That's entirely possible. 2, to become crushed. 3, to advance with or as if with crushing. To advance with crushing or to advance as if with crushing. I don't even know what that means. What's the crushing there? Crushable is an adjective, crusher is a noun, and crushingly is an adverb. Those were all the words in this episode, which I think might be episode 1200, or very close to it. So, the words were crunch, crunch, cruncher, crunch time, crunchy, crunk, crupper, crural, cruce, crusade, crusade, crusado, cruise, and crush. Let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to remind myself about these. No. I don't want any of those. I guess maybe we'll just pick crunchy as the word of the episode. I don't know. I think that's a good one. Crunchy, 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 crunchy. Yep, I think that's going to do it for this episode. Just real quickly, I just wanted to remind you that if you go into the show notes, there is a link where you can buy some merchandising from this show. TeePublic, I got a couple of things up there. I'll probably put some more up there later. I ordered a few for myself, and I just received a few of them today. I got a t-shirt, and I got a phone case, and I got some stickers. And there's a 4th thing coming, and I don't even remember what it is that I ordered. I have to go look at my emails. But hey, if you want to show off the fact that you listen to this wonderful podcast, you can go get some apparel or something and buy a whole bunch of stickers and then just stick them all over the place. And people are going to be like, why are people promoting the dictionary? Everybody knows about the dictionary. No, this one's the podcast. Maybe I should put that on the thing. We'll figure it out. I think I'm going to change the logo someday. We'll do something new. Keep it interesting. Okay, this is the end of the episode. And I am Spencer, the one dispensing the information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of the dictionary. This is the last section of page 301. I gotta say all my credity things before the real episode. Don't skip this. This is the fun part. This is what we're all here for. Okay, social media. Twitter and Instagram is at dictionarypod. I'm really trying to think of new ways to do social media things, possibly Twitch. I don't know what that's going to be. I'm going to see if I can figure something out, or maybe just get more creative with my posts. Email, dictionarypod@gmail.com. Google Voice number. Call it. Leave a message. Say whatever you want to say. Most importantly, go write a review and put in those 5-star ratings on all the different platforms that you have access to, because it's going to just help the algorithms push me up in the charts and things and more people can hear it, and because that's important. And Patreon, go do that if you want to. The links are in the show notes. Go find the merchandising thing. That's also in the show notes. Go find this on YouTube. And of course, share this. Post about it, link it, do all those things. All right, we need to talk about the words in this episode. Not the other episode, just this one episode. The first word here is the second form of crush. Crush. Noun from 1599. 1. An act of crushing. 2. The quantity of material crushed. So if you crush a whole bunch of stuff, that amount is called a crush. That's interesting. 3a. A crowding together as of people. People crowding together is called a crush. Yeah, I don't think we use this so much. 3b. The synonyms are crowd and mob. And yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's just a whole bunch of people piled together. They're very much crushed together. Not a lot of room to move, probably. Especially a crowd of people pressing against one another. Maybe, I think the best example of this for crush would be Black Friday. All the people trying to get into a store to buy all the stuff, and then they fight. People have gotten trampled. Don't do this. Don't do this. This is ridiculous. Nobody needs to get injured or die just for a sale on a TV. 4. An intense and usually passing infatuation, as in, have a crush on someone. And then also, the object of infatuation would also be called crush. You got a crush on a crush. Oh, we've all had crushes. Well, most of us probably. That's a whole rabbit hole. Who was your first crush? If you want to tell me, you can tell me. Call me up, email me. I think my first crush was in first grade, I think. Okay, a synonym for this one is the word crowd. And, this is a different sort of word that we see at the end. Crush-proof. That is an adjective. If you get a car, you want it to be crush-proof, although I don't think that there are any cars like that, other than maybe giant SUVs or something, Hummers. Those would be mostly crush-proof. There is no etymology for this, so we're going to move on to some sort of sound that's going to come out of my mouth right now. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Next is crust. C-R-U-S-T. Noun from the 14th century. Why do some people like the crust cut off of their sandwich? It is the healthiest part of the sandwich. I've heard that a lot of the nutrients and good stuff it moves to the crust for some reason. I don't know why. It's science. Science can tell you. But yeah, it's a very good part of the bread to eat. If you're going to eat bread, eat the crust. 1a. The hardened exterior or surface part of bread. Sometimes it, depending on the bread you get, there's maybe some tasty seeds or seasonings or something. Yeah, the crust. 1b. A piece of this or of bread grown dry or hard. Wait, what? A piece of this hardened exterior or of bread grown dry or hard. I didn't know that we grew bread. Can you go to a bread tree? No, that's not how this works. I don't understand what this means, but, I think a piece of the crust is called crust. That's all you need to know. 2. The pastry cover of a pie. Oh, yeah. 3. A hard or brittle external coat or covering, as 3a, a hard surface layer, as of soil or snow. When the snow melts a little bit, but then it freezes, it becomes ice. That could be called the crust of the snow. That happens. It sure does. 3B, the outer part of a planet, moon, or asteroid composed essentially of crystalline rocks. We live on the crust of the Earth. It is a relatively thin part of the whole planet, but to us, it is just massive. We can't even imagine how big the crust is. But when you look at it in terms of the whole planet, it's very, very tiny. 3C, a deposit built up on the interior surface of a wine bottle during long aging. Okay, so when you're aging wine for a very long time, it could get a crust, and I don't particularly want any crust in my wine. So what? A deposit built up on the interior surface. So would that be at the top of the liquid? It might get a crust, a film. I have heard, though, that you're supposed to rotate the bottles. Keep it on its side and then rotate them periodically. So maybe by doing that, you were making it so you don't get a crust. I don't think anybody wants crusty wine. 3D, an encrusting deposit, as of the eye, of dried secretions or exudate. And then also the synonym scab. So this must be the stuff, when you wake up, you got all the crusty stuff in your eye. It is called crust. It's dried secretions or exudate, also called scab. I wouldn't have called that stuff scab, but you can. Number 4, the synonyms are gall and nerve. Like, you got a lot of gall. You're being I don't know. I've never heard that in terms of crust. To have nerves of steel, to be bold like that is called crust. That's what they tell me. Crust is also a verb. Crustal is an adjective. Planet Earth is crustal. Bread is crustal. And then crustless is an adjective. If you have a sandwich with the crust cut off, you have a crustless sandwich. This is from Latin crusta, which is akin to the Old English hrus, Hruse, which means earth, from the Greek kyros, or would it be krios? And that means icy cold. And that is also from crystallos, which means ice or crystal. And yeah, ice is kind of crusty, I guess, if it's on something. If it's a thin sheet of ice on something, and then it would be crusty. Okay, I have no idea what my sound effect was. Next is crustacea, or crustacea. 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 Noun from 1814. Arthropods that are crustaceans. We're going to learn about crustaceans next, and etymology, don't really care about it. So, here we go. Crustacean. So we just added an N to the end of crustacea. This is a noun from 1835. One long definition. Any of a large class, crustacea, of mostly aquatic mandibulate arthropods that have a chitinous or calcareous and chitinous exoskeleton, a pair of often much modified appendages on each segment, and 2 pairs of antennae, and that include the lobsters, shrimps, crabs, woodlice, water fleas, and barnacles. Crustacean is also an adjective. There was so much information, mostly aquatic. They're arthropods, so mandibulate or mandibulate, I think means something about the mandibles. They got little hands around their mouth, maybe. They have a chitinous or calcareous. They have an exoskeleton, pairs of appendages on each side, two pairs of antennae, and then all those examples. Yeah. And then, yeah, back to crustacea. Those are arthropods that are crustaceans. I don't know if all of those examples, lobsters, shrimps, crabs, woodlice, water fleas, barnacles, I don't know if all of those are arthropods, but I think some of them are. Fascinating creatures they are. Crustacean. Okay, next. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-doo. It is crustaceous. Adjective from circa 1646 of, relating to, having, or forming a crust or shell. And yes, this is from Latin crusta, which means crust or shell. So one can assume that the crustaceans are called crustaceans because their body is just it's a crust. It's like bread crust. Next is crustose. Crust and then O-S-E. Adjective from circa 1879. Having a thin thallus, Thallus, a thin thallus, adhering closely to a substrate, as of rock, bark, or soil, as in crustose lichens, Lichens. Yeah, those are the things that hold on to other things in the water, I think, usually. Not necessarily. On trees often. Compared to the words foliose and fructicose. Fructicose. No idea what those are. Diddly-dee-doo. Next is crusty. Adjective from the 14th century. 1. Having or being a crust. Are you a crust? Then you're crusty. 2. Giving having an effect of surly incivility in address or disposition. Surly incivility. So you're not being civil and you're doing it in a surly way when you are talking to people and you are crusty. A synonym is the word bluff. Crustily is an adverb and crustiness is a noun. I want my bread to be crusty, but not my people. Diddly-dee-doo. Next is crutch. Crutch. First form, noun from before the 12th century. 1a. A support typically fitting under the armpit for use by the disabled in walking. When I injured my foot, I had to walk with crutches and a boot. 1b. The synonyms are prop and stay. 2. A forked leg rest constituting the pommel of a side saddle. 3. The crotch of a human being or an animal. So the part where your legs split from your hips, it's called the crotch, but it's also called the crutch, which I had no idea about that. Number 4. A forked support. It would be it's just a forked support. Let's see. Etymology, not terribly interesting. Dee-lee-lee-dee-dee. Second form of crutch, transitive verb from 1609. To support on crutches. And then also prop up. Dee-ba-dee-ba-doo-beep-beep-a-doo-boop. Crux is next. C-R-U-X. Crux, or I think crux. Something like that. Noun from 1718. The plural is cruxes or cruces. Or no, it would be cruces. 1. A puzzling or difficult problem. An unsolved question. I'm throwing X's in places. An unsolved question. So a puzzling, difficult problem or an unsolved question is a crux. 2. An essential point requiring resolution or resolving an outcome. Like, what's the crux of the thing? Would that be that one? Number 3. A main or central feature, as of an argument. Maybe that's the one. What is the crux of your argument? Well, this is my thesis statement. Oh, interesting etymology. It's again from the Latin crux, which means cross, like we've seen, but it could also mean torture. So that's a turn of events. Doodly-dee-dee-dee-dee-doo. Next is cruzado or cruzado. Cruzado, and this is similar to that one that we had in yesterday's episode. But what does it say? Noun from 1986. It is the basic monetary unit of Brazil from 1986 to 1990. So 4 or 5 years in Brazil, they used this money. And then, if we look at in yesterday's cruzado or crusado, that was an old coin in Portugal that had a cross on it. And in Brazil, they speak Portuguese, so that's the linguistic connection there. One more word. Next is cruzan. Capital Cruzan. Cruzan. Noun from 1958. A native or inhabitant of Saint Croix or Saint Croix. So many ways you could possibly say that word. Croix. They are cruzan. Cruzan is also an adjective. All right, so the words in this episode were crush, crust, crustacea, crustacean, crustaceous, crustos, crusty, crutch, crux, cruzado, and cruzan. Well, let's see. Well, I've definitely got to post a picture of some crustaceans. I don't know. I think crusty is just a funny word. It's a very silly word. Crusty, crusty. This is my song about crusty. All right, I got to end this because I got to go do stuff. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another soothing episode of the dictionary. My name is Spencer. I am going to be your reader for today, and, that's how this is going to go. It's the podcast where I read the dictionary, and you listen to me reading the dictionary, and then I try and make it a little bit more interesting than just the words and the definitions and the etymology. I hope it is fun for you. It is fun for me to sit here all alone talking to myself. Happy birthday, Jeff. This is the top of page 302. We're going to have some fun words. This episode, tomorrow, the next day, we're in a fun section. CRY. Almost. Okay, so the first word in this episode is crucero or cruceru. It is spelled Cruzeiro. Cruzeiro. Noun from 1927. And this is very much related to the last word in yesterday's episode because this is the basic monetary unit of Brazil from 1942 to 1985 and from 1991 to 1993. So yesterday we had cruzan, which was, no, not that word, the one before that, cruzado. That was the money from 1986 to 1990, so that fits in perfectly right here. So they went from the crucero for 43 years, then they went to the cruzado, and then they went back to the crucero until 1993, and then I don't know what happened after that. We'll have to find some information. It's money. Portuguese money. It's Brazilian money. It's a Portuguese word. Okay. Next word is pronounced cruth, but it is spelled, these are the best words, CRWTH. W isn't usually a vowel, but in this case it is. This is one of those fun Welsh words. CRWTH is pronounced cruth, noun from 1793, and it is the number one definition for the third form of crowd, which, third form of crowd, number one definition, an ancient Celtic stringed instrument that is plucked or bowed. Yeah, yeah, and it says there called also cruth, and I'm sure I had no idea how to pronounce it. So yeah, we maybe by the time this airs, we will actually have posted a picture of this thing on the social media at dictionarypod if you want to go find it and say hi and message me and tag me or whatever. Next word is the word cry. CRY, first form, verb from the 13th century, starting with transitive. 1. To utter loudly, and the synonym is shout. Cry out. What are we crying out? There's the town crier who's not crying, they're crying. They're crying about information. Number 2 is archaic, and the synonyms are beg and beseech. 3. To proclaim publicly, and the synonym is advertise. That's very similar to the number 1, shouting, utter loudly, proclaim publicly, as in, this is for number 3, as in, cry their wares. So you got people on the street, people selling merchandise. Speaking of merchandise, you can go buy merchandise for this podcast on TeePublic. The link is in the show notes. So they want people to buy their wares. So they're crying out, advertise, hey, come over here, come buy my wares. Okay, now we have intransitive. 1, to call loudly, and the synonym is shout. 2, to shed tears, often noisily, and the synonyms are weep and sob. I don't know why often noisily has to be in there. What would shedding tears be not noisily? But yeah, we all know about this. We've been doing this since the moment we was born. Some of us do it more than others. Number 3, to utter a characteristic sound or call. Like the cry of a bird, maybe. 4, to require or suggest strongly a remedy or disposition, as in, this is a quote, 100 things which cry out for planning. And that is from Roger Burlingame. So to require or suggest strongly a remedy or disposition. 100 things that need to be planned. That is a lot of work. Yes, strongly, remedy or disposition, those are kind of odd words here, but yes, you got to plan for things. We have a few phrases. The first one is cry havoc. That's the word HAVOC. So this means to sound an alarm. Havoc is happening, and you have to cry out publicly so people are aware that something is happening. There's cause for alarm. I have not heard that phrase. But I have heard this phrase, cry over spilled milk. And this means to express vain regrets for what cannot be recovered or undone. It happened. No use crying over spilled milk. It happened. You gotta clean it up. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe it was on purpose. I don't know why people are going around spilling milk. But it happens. It happened, and you got to do something about it. Just move forward and find a solution. No use crying over spilled milk. I think some people say spilt milk, possibly. And we got one more phrase, cry wolf. And this means to give alarm unnecessarily. And of course, that is from the story, The Boy Who Cried Wolf, where... What's the story? The boy, he was always shouting out, oh boy, there's a wolf around our sheep. And maybe he was doing it as a practical joke until one day there actually was a wolf and nobody believed him because he was always playing practical jokes. So, maybe you don't want to cry wolf, because then maybe people won't believe you when it's real. The boy was crying havoc unnecessarily, so he became the boy who cried wolf havoc. Biddly-dee-doo. Next word. Oh, is there etymology that we should discuss? Let's see. This is from Latin quiritare, and that means to make a public outcry. See, the word cry is in outcry. It just got shortened. You're just crying out, outcry. And then perhaps from the word, I think this is still Latin, quiris or quirit, and that is a Roman citizen. So a Roman citizen is making a public outcry, and it became cry, utter loudly, proclaim publicly, and then somehow it just became weeping. Yeah, next word. Diddly-dee-doo-doo. It is the second form of cry, noun from the 13th century. 1. An instance of crying. I think it would be so funny just to go up to somebody who's crying and say, "Oh, you have an instance of crying right now." As 1A, an inarticulate utterance of distress, rage, or pain. It's a noun. An inarticulate utterance. You have such distress or rage or pain in your body, and you just cry out. It's inarticulate. There's no words behind it. It's just a sound, and you have uttered it out. Okay, number 1B is obsolete, and the synonyms are outcry and clamor. That is spelled Clamor. Number 2A is also obsolete, and the synonym is proclamation. You are making a proclamation publicly out loud. 2B, this is Scottish, and it also is plural, so I guess it would be cries, but the synonym is banns, Banns. And, you may just have to go back and find that. Maybe I'm not going to go back and read the definition, but maybe in the show notes I'll tell you which episode that was in, if you want to go hear me talk about it, probably very terribly. Number 3, synonyms are entreaty and appeal, as in a cry for help. Help, help. Number 4, a loud shout. 5, synonyms are watchword, which is one word, watchword, and also slogan. I've not heard cry used for a slogan. 6A, common report. 6B, a general opinion. These are all very odd to me. 7, the public voice raised in protest or approval. That one makes more sense because we all know it's about a public outcry. That was 7. Number 8, a fit of weeping. You're crying a cry. We all need a good cry every now and again. I don't have many cries. I just don't. I think they're good. I think we all could use some. Maybe I should just force myself to watch some either super sad or super happy movies. It's the happy stuff that usually gets me. Okay, number 9, the characteristic sound or call of an animal. 10A, a pack of hounds. That is called a cry? 10B1, the synonym is pursuit, and this is used in the phrase in full cry, as in the example, hounds in full cry. Now, I have to imagine, because all of these, the pack of hounds and also pursuit, these are both under the number 10 definition, that hounds in full cry, I mean, it says it means pursuit, but cry also means a pack of hounds. So they're in their full pack in pursuit. 10b2, a peak of activity or excitement. And this is also used in the phrase in full cry, as in a campaign in full cry. Let's see. Okay, we're going to move on. Do-do-do-do-do-do. This is the prefix cry or cryo. And there's no year. It just means cold or freezing, as in cryonics, also as in cryogen. And of course, we're going to see those in the future sometime. It just says this is from the Greek cryo with a K or cryos, and there's more at the word crust, but it doesn't say what cryos means, although I have to assume it means cold, but why there's more at the word crust, I'm not so sure. Next is crybaby. One word, noun from 1851. There is a movie called Crybaby, and I don't think I've ever seen it. I'm going to have to put that on the list. One who cries or complains easily or often. That's just what it is. But, it's not usually used in the nicest way. So just be aware of that. Beely-doop-boo. Next is cry down. 2 words. And now I am very curious to see if we're going to get to cry up. Is that a thing? Oh my God, it is. It surely is. That will be 1, 2, 3, 4 episodes from now. But we're not there yet. We have to first talk about cry down. Transitive verb from 1598. The synonyms are disparage and depreciate. So depreciate, when something depreciates in value, it goes down, the value goes down. Disparage, I guess if you're disparaging somebody, you're maybe making them feel down, you're putting them down. But yeah, so it's cry down. I don't know if this gets used much. Do-do-do-do-do. Next is crying. It's the act of crying. This is an adjective from circa 1605. 1. Calling for notice, as in a crying need. 2. Synonyms are notorious and heinous. Heinous is spelled Heinous, as in a crying shame. Oh, that thing was such a crying shame. Next is cryobiology. Yeah, cryobiology. I'm going to just guess it's the study of very cold living things. Let's find out. Noun from 1960. The study of the effects of extremely low temperature on living organisms and cells. Cryobiological is an adjective, and cryobiologist is a noun. Can you imagine being a cryobiologist? All you do is put living things and cells in very cold situations and see how they react. And depending on the situation, I don't think that's always the best thing to do. I mean, it's good for science, but it's not like I'm about to throw my cat into a freezer. No, that's unethical. That's very bad. But there are some things that thrive in cold situations, so they're okay. They're cool. Haha, get it? Do-do-do-do-do-do. Next is cry off. And of course, now I want to know, is there a cry on? Cry on. No, there is not. So, cry off, 2 words, intransitive verb, 1775, chiefly British. Okay, it's verb. The first one is intransitive, which means to beg off. To beg off. Maybe the transitive will help. This one says to call off as a bargain. So you made a bargain with somebody, maybe you're doing a trade, but then you said, nope, I don't want to do it anymore. So you've cried it off, called it off. And then I guess okay, so the other one, to beg off, that means you're still making a deal, but you are asking the other person to call it off. I think you're begging them to call it off. Please, let's not do this deal. Okay, next word. It is cryogen. Cryogen. Noun from 1875. A substance for obtaining low temperatures. And the synonym is refrigerant. It's you need a thing to make things cold. I was just watching an older episode because it was sitting on my DVR of Cosmos. I think it's the 3rd season of Cosmos with Neil deGrasse Tyson, maybe episode 12 or 13, and there was the story of when refrigerators started. There used to be a box and an iceman, and he would come and bring a big block of ice that you'd put in this box, but then the ice would melt, and then they figured out a way to make a thing that's cold, but there was all these chemicals going through the air, and then they came up with chlorofluorocarbons, which is the best dang word, chlorofluorocarbons, and I'm sure we talked about those a while ago, and that really helped. They were able to make things cold, and they used them in lots of things, but then, of course, those ended up creating the hole in the ozone layer, so that's not great. But anyway, that's what made me think of this. It's cryogen. It's you gotta keep things cold in your house these days. So cryogen, I guess, is a type of refrigerant. It is also called cryogenic, which is our next word. Adjective from 1896. 1A, of or relating to the production of very low temperatures. 1B, being or relating to very low temperatures. 2A, requiring or involving the use of a cryogenic temperature, i.e., very cold. 2B, requiring cryogenic storage. So you can put your decapitated head in that and keep it for later when the future happens and you want to see what the future is like. 2C, suitable for storage of a cryogenic substance. Cryogenically is an adverb, and that's it for that one. Cryogenics is next. We just added an S. Noun from circa 1934. A branch of physics that deals with the production and effects of very low temperatures. Cryogenics. Next. Next is cryolite. Cryolite. Noun from 1801. A mineral consisting of a fluoride of sodium and aluminum, found especially in Greenland, usually in white cleavable masses, and formerly used as a source of aluminum. Just because the word aluminum was in here twice, I have to shout out that episode of Parks and Rec when they go to England and the British guy says the way that they say it, which is aluminium, because I think they add an I near the end, and then he says to Andy, the not British one, how do you say it? And of course you think he's going to say aluminum, but he says something like aluminum. He adds a whole other L in there. Aluminum. I think that's what he says. Oh boy, that's a fun episode. Next is cryonics. Noun from 1967. The practice of freezing a person who has died of a disease in hopes of restoring life at some future time when a cure for the disease has been developed. Cryonic is an adjective. So I have to assume that people have actually tried this. Whether or not there are people who are still frozen to this day, I'm not so sure. But people have done crazier things. So probably somewhere in the world there is at least one body that is frozen to hopefully either cure them of a disease that they have someday or bring them back to life just because they wanted to. There's the rumor that Walt Disney had his head frozen. I don't think it's true. I'm pretty sure it's not true. But it is possible. Whether or not they can actually bring these people back, or their head back especially, that is not so sure. Not so sure about that. Maybe someday. Not anytime soon. Next is cryophilic. CRYOPHILIC. Adjective from 1942. If you know prefixes and suffixes, you should be able to figure out what this is. Thriving at low temperatures. And I always mix up philic. I guess that means it likes it, it thrives it. But there was a similar one that's like afraid of it. That would be cryophobia? Cryophobic. That's what it would be. It would be repelling, and cryophilic is attracting. So yes, thriving at low temperatures. There are things like that. We got one more for this episode. It is cryopreservation. All one word. Noun from 1968. Surprised that one is just 1 year later than cryonics, which is the practice of freezing a person who has died of a disease in hopes of restoring life at some future time when a cure for the disease has been developed. So cryopreservation, preservation as of cells by subjection to extremely low temperatures. And yeah, they know in the health world, the science world, they know that if you bring the temperature down of a thing, it's going to slow down. It's going to be able to last longer. When people, I think, have heart surgery or other things, they have covered them in ice. They will bring them to a very low temperature. And so it's just easier for them to survive in that situation. I don't know. I'm not describing that very well, but you get it. Cryopreserve. Cryopreserve, that is a transitive verb. All right, so it's time to reread the words. We had crucero, cruth, cry, 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 cry baby, cry down, crying, cryobiology, cry off, cryogen, cryogenic, cryogenics, cryolite, cryonics, cryophilic, and cryopreservation. Well, we're definitely going to have some more cold words in tomorrow's episode, so I may just pick cry as the word of the episode. It's I don't know, there's so many things to say about cry. It's this natural thing that happens to just about every human. I'm sure there are some people who have some sort of condition where they can't cry, don't cry, whatever it is. You know, there's always exceptions to the rules. But yeah, we all cry, and it's very therapeutic. And it's fascinating to me that there are actors who can cry on demand, basically. It's a very interesting and unique skill. And, I'm sure that if people practiced it, they could do it. But, yeah, it's cry. Cry. I'm crying over you. Oh, and then we just watched a movie last night where Rebecca Del Rio sings a song called, in Spanish, Llorando, with 2 L's at the beginning, which I think literally means crying. So yeah, I'm not going to sing that song because I will completely butcher it, but you should watch that scene in Mulholland Drive where she sings that song, because she is a fantastic singer, and that is an understatement. All right. This is the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Should I record my little audio check before I introduce the show? That would be 3 seconds of nonsense. That will be my memoir. 3 seconds of nonsense. Hey, should we talk about some words right here, right now? Right here, right now, we have cryptophobe. Cryptophobe. No, that's... Oh, see, I did it again. No, it's cryophobe. When I was reading through the words in my brain, I said cryptophobe. But no, it's cryophobe. And it's not even that. Jesus. Can we just do this right? It's cryoprobe. We haven't even we had philic, cryophilic. Cryophobe is not in here. That would be somebody who's afraid of the cold, isn't it? That's what that would be. That's not a common enough thing to be in the dictionary. This word that I'm trying to say is cryoprobe. Cryoprobe. It's an odd word, kinda. Noun from 1965, or maybe I'm just telling myself it's an odd word because I had such a hard time saying it. My brain wanted to go in another direction. I wonder if we will have cryptophobe. That's the word that I said. Let's see. Crypto. Nope, don't think so. What would that be? Something crypto? We'll learn about crypto later. So cryoprobe is a blunt chilled instrument used to freeze tissues in cryosurgery. And we are going to learn about cryosurgery in this episode. So it's a very, very cold thing that gets put in your body to make stuff cold. So why? So would it be to, what's the point of this? Is it to, keep the body lasting longer? If you're colder, your heart beats slower, keeps you alive in situations that you shouldn't be able to be kept alive in. Is it for that reason, or is it to make the tissues cut easier? If something's cold and it's hard, you're going to be able to cut it easier. Can a cryosurgeon please call me up and tell me what's going on here? Okay, the sound effect for this episode is going to be beep boop boop. Yeah. The next word is cryoprotective. Adjective from 1967. Serving to protect against the deleterious effects of freezing. As in, an intracellular cryoprotective agent. Serves to protect against the effects of freezing. So the thing is going to be out in the cold, and then you gotta put this cryoprotective stuff on it. I don't know. I'm thinking of a car, a tire. Do tires have cryoprotective thing on them? Indeed, cryoprotectant. That is a noun or an adjective. I just wanted to do a simple sound effect, but now I'm stuck with whatever it is that I did. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Next word is cryoscope. Noun from 1920. I'm going to guess that this is a very cold thing to look inside of your body. It is an instrument for determining freezing points. Yeah, see, I was wrong. A lot of scopes. They look into your body with scopes. Not this one. An instrument for determining freezing points. It's a thing that you use to figure out how cold something has to get until it starts to freeze. So what does this instrument look like? How do you use it? That's kind of interesting. Next word is cryoscopy. Noun from circa 1900. The determination of the lowered freezing points produced in liquid by dissolved substances in order to determine molecular weights of solutes and various properties of solutions. Didn't understand that at all. I think it had to do something with putting things in a liquid to figure out, does this go back to the last word, cryoscope, to figure out their freezing points? I'm sure it's not that. What is this? The determination of the lowered... Does it seem like these definitions are getting more complicated, or am I just in a weird section? The determination of the lowered freezing points produced in liquid by dissolved substances in order to determine molecular weights of solutes and various properties of solutions. I don't know. Cryoscopic. That is an adjective. You gotta be a scientist to understand it. Next, it is cryostat, noun from 1913. It is an apparatus for maintaining a constant low temperature, especially below 0 degrees Celsius. That is where water freezes. Water freezes at 32 Fahrenheit and 0 Celsius. I think the Celsius system makes way more sense. So many S's. Cryostatic is an adjective. An apparatus for maintaining a constant low temperature, especially below. It's a thing that helps you keep things cold. Is it a refrigerator? Next is cryosurgery, noun from 1962. Surgery in which usually diseased or abnormal tissue, as of a tumor or wart, is destroyed or removed by freezing, as by liquid nitrogen. I think, I don't know, I had a little thing removed on my back. I don't remember if she froze it. Never had a wart, though. But I know that they freeze those and then cut. So maybe the cryoprobe, I don't know if it's, it just says freeze tissues. It doesn't say anything about cutting them. So maybe it's just a knife that cuts the cold things off of you. Cryosurgeon is a noun and cryosurgical is an adjective. Next is cryotherapy, noun from 1926, the therapeutic use of cold, especially the synonym cryosurgery. But I wonder if this is also like when you go into a hot tub, you get maybe some medical benefits, but then you go into a cold tub, like right afterwards, you get some medical benefits from that too. The change in temperature, I've heard that this is a thing that happens. So maybe going into a very cold ice tub, I think maybe they use that in cryotherapy. What does it do? Why is it good? Does it contract your blood vessels? Makes everything cold? Contracts? Is it for your heart? What is it for? Cryotherapy. What is it for? That was a very bad war joke. The song War. I think we need to move on. Boo-da-doo-da-doo-doo-doo. It is crypt. C-R-Y-P-T. Noun from 1789. 1A. A chamber as a vault, wholly and partly underground, especially a vault under the main floor of a church. Why is it called a crypt? We may have to wait to learn about the etymology. It's a chamber, like a vault, completely or partly underground. But more specifically, crypts are often found under the main floor of a church. Why a church? Yes, they have to store dead bodies for various reasons. Sometimes, more in the olden days. But then why do they call it a crypt? Let's move on to 1B. A chamber in a mausoleum is a crypt. 2A. An anatomical pit or depression. So what is my armpit? Is that a crypt? Can I literally call my armpit up the crypt of despair? The crypt of insanity? What was the one that they called in The Princess Bride? The machine was oh boy, my mind is blanking. But yeah, I feel like it wasn't a crypt, it was something else. So my armpit is a crypt. That's what we have learned. 2B, a simple tubular gland. And what would a simple tubular gland be? I don't know what that is. Crypt. So it is from the Greek kryptos, which means hidden away from sight. Also from kryptine, which means to hide. So that must be the Greek verb kryptine. But perhaps akin to the Lithuanian krauti, which means to pile up. Pile up things hidden away And it's just a crypt. It's a place to pile up some stuff, often dead bodies, I think. Yeah, not necessarily. I just feel like a crypt is going to have a dead body somewhere. Biddly-boodly-bee-doo. Next is crypt. This is the prefix, so you could also say crypto. No year. 1. It means hidden or covered, as in cryptogenic. Or would it be cryptogenic? No, it's genic. Number 2, for the prefix crypt or crypto, the synonym is just cryptographic, as in cryptanalysis. So does that mean that we can replace crypt with cryptographic in this context, and it would be cryptographic analysis? Not entirely sure, but crypt is just a shorter version of cryptographic. When we will learn that in tomorrow's episode, along with cryptogenic. I think that was it for that one. Oh, here's crypt analysis. Now we can actually learn what it is. Noun from 1923. 1. The solving of cryptograms or cryptographic systems. I think it would be very cool to solve something like this. I don't think I ever will, but those things are so cool. Where was there? Doesn't the FBI have a thing? Did it ever get solved? I don't know. Was it the FBI or the CIA? One of them. They had some sort of piece of art or something that I think was a cryptogram. And then I think I was in a conference hall in some city, maybe DC or something. I feel like they had one there too. Or maybe that's where I learned about the FBI one. I don't remember. But those are cool. So that was the first definition for cryptanalysis. So the cryptanalysis, you were analyzing the cryptograms, the cryptographic systems, whatever they are. Number 2, the theory of solving cryptograms or cryptographic systems. Also, the art of devising methods for cryptanalysis. Whoa. Okay. So the first one was the solving. When you were solving cryptograms, you were doing cryptanalysis. Or if you're thinking about solving cryptograms, if you are discussing how to do it, not actually doing it, but you're just thinking about strategies for it maybe, that is also cryptanalysis. Or the creating of a cryptogram and the art of doing that process, that is also called cryptanalysis. Cryptanalytic, also cryptanalytical, that is an adjective. Beep, 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 boop. Next is cryptanalyst, noun from 1921, a specialist in cryptanalysis. They are a cryptanalyst, cryptanalyst. Dee-dee-dee-doo. Next is cryptorhythm. Cryptorhythm. Maybe that's a musical rhythm that you have to... Ooh, that would be a way to do a cryptogram. Rhythmically in music. You have to... Each rhythm is a letter, something like that. I don't know. There's a way that you could do that with music and rhythm. So cryptorhythm. It's not spelled like that rhythm, though. Cryptithm. Rhythm. Cryptorhythm. Noun from 1943. An arithmetic problem. It's a funny word, arithmetic. An arithmetic problem in which letters have been substituted for numbers and which is solved by finding all possible pairings of digits with letters that produce a numerically correct answer. Arithmetic problem, which letters have been substituted for numbers, so each letter gets a number, but maybe it's not like a numerology thing, but it's just numbers. And then solved by finding all possible pairings of digits with letters. I don't know. I need to see an example of this, but it uses numbers, which is cool. I think that's it for that one. Dee-dee-dee-doo. Next is cryptic. Adjective from circa 1638. I really like these crypt words. Everywhere from the thing under the church to numbers and cryptograms and doing all that. It's fun. Cryptic things. Okay. Where are we? I said 1638. 1. Synonyms are secret and occult. That word is OCCULT. 2. To A. Having or seeming to have a hidden or ambiguous meaning. And the synonym is mysterious, as in cryptic messages. Have I been putting any cryptic messages in this podcast? Anything subliminal? Sure wish I had, but no. Maybe my unconscious did. 2B, marked by an often perplexing brevity, as in cryptic marginal notes. 3, serving to conceal, as in cryptic coloration in animals. Serving, cryptic, why are they cryptic though? What does it mean? Serving to conceal? The colors allow the thing to conceal the tiger, and that's why it's cryptic? I don't know. I don't love that definition. If I hear cryptic coloration in animals, I would think it's like unique in some way, or I don't know. That's just my brain. But then also we have exhibiting cryptic coloration, as in cryptic animals. All right, this must be a very scientific use of the word that people who study animal camouflage, they call it cryptic coloration. Interesting. That is a word I say a lot. Also fascinating. Number 4, not recognized, as in, oh boy, I just looked to see if I was recording, and thank God I was, because that's a lot to redo when you get to the end of the episode. Okay. Not recognized is this definition, as in a cryptic infection. Yeah, nobody knows what it is. It's very cryptic. Number 5, employing cipher or code. You are being cryptic when you are using codes, ways to speak, or something. A synonym for everything is obscure. Cryptically is an adverb. And nothing very interesting with the etymology, although I think it is the same for crypt, which is the Greek kryptos, which means hidden. So it's the same idea. Something hidden. Hidden away. Dee-doo-dee-doo. Next is crypto. CRYPTO. This is the first form noun from 1946. I think my songs have been very similar too. I try and do something new. Gotta put more effort into that. Number 1, first form of crypto. A person who adheres or belongs secretly to a party, sect, or other group. Crypto, so you can be called a crypto if you are part of a secret group. I guess you'd say that. People maybe say, I'm not part of one, so I don't know this terminology. Nobody has invited me into a secret party, sect, or other group. It's not a term that I knew people used. Number 2, this synonym is the number 2 definition for the word cryptography, which is, yes, it's in tomorrow's episode. Beep, beep, dip, dip, boo. Second form of crypto, adjective from 1681. 1, not openly avowed or declared. And this is often used in combination, as in crypto-fascist. Not openly avowed or declared is that they have not openly declared themselves as fascist, or has somebody else been declared? Is it the intransitive or the transitive? I'm learning the term. I'm learning the things. So crypto-fascist, I guess maybe it's just somebody who is not publicly telling people that they're fascist. 2, the synonym is cryptographic. So the words in this episode were, I will say it correctly this time, cryoprobe, cryoprotective, cryoscope, cryoscopy, cryostat, cryosurgery, cryotherapy, crypt, cryptanalysis, cryptanalyst, cryptorhythm, cryptic, crypto. This is difficult, as it often is. Maybe, I don't know if I've ever picked a prefix. Maybe I should pick the crypt prefix, because that encompasses crypts and all of the other things that use crypt, which are lots of things, as we have just learned. And there's more coming. And the last one is cryptozoology. So yeah, there's some interesting stuff with that prefix, crypt. I like the prefix crypt. There's a lot of cool things that are crypt. Dee. End of song, end of episode. Thank you very much for listening. I really appreciate it. If you would like some merchandise, there is a link in the show notes where you can go buy some stuff. I have a shirt. It's very strange to wear a t-shirt with your podcast logo on it, as simple as it is. Literally looks like I took a big Sharpie and just drew on the shirt, but I didn't. I also got a couple of stickers. I think I got 5. I put a couple of them up. I think I ordered 1 mask. Why am I going to go out in public with a mask with my podcast logo on it? I don't know. Get people to listen, maybe? They sent me 3. I think I only ordered 1. So that was kind of cool. And there was something else, but I forgot. Anyway, this is the end of the episode. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I'm still sitting here recording another episode, and maybe I'll even do a third one after this. I think we're going to have a pretty good amount of words here. Lots of funky, fun words to say. I am so excited about this one. You should be too. And, yeah, it's going to take a little while. You got to just sit down and listen to what is about to happen. Okay, our first word is cryptococcus. 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 That's a fun one to figure out backwards. Something like that. Noun from 1938. An infectious disease that is caused by a fungus. There's a scientific name. Cryptococcus neoformans. That's the scientific name of this fungus. There's more to the sentence. And is so let's just start over. An infectious disease that is caused by a fungus and is characterized by the production of lesions in subcutaneous tissues, joints, and especially the lungs, brain, and meninges, and often by pneumonia or meningitis. No, I think I'll pass. No etymology. Whoo. That's the sound effect. Cryptococcus. That is the Cryptococcus. Yes, that is the first word in that scientific name of that fungus that I just read. Hope you were paying attention. So that's what this is going to be, probably. Cryptococcus. Noun. From circa 1902. Didn't Cryptococcus run for president in like 1992? That was an incredibly bad word joke. So, Cryptococcus is any of a genus, Cryptococcus, of budding imperfect fungi that resemble yeasts and include a number of saprophytes and a few serious pathogens. They're imperfect, budding imperfect fungi. What does that mean in the fungus world? Imperfect. Does that mean that they're not symmetrical? All fungi are perfect in God's eyes. They resemble yeasts, include a number of saprophytes, whatever those are. Cryptococcal, that is an adjective. I think I was going to say croptocripple? I don't know. The plural is crypto. You could say it like 4 different ways. Cryptococci, cryptocoxy, cryptococci, or cryptococky. Lots of options. All right. I just saw an owl a couple of days ago. I literally saw an owl in a movie theater. That happened. Okay, the next word is cryptocrystalline. Adjective from 1862, having a crystalline structure so fine, how fine is it, that no distinct particles are recognizable under a microscope. That is very fine. No distinct particles can be recognized under a microscope? That's ridiculous. Cryptocrystalline is a quartz. The example is cryptocrystalline quartz. Do we have the prefix crypto here because the particles are they're hidden from a microscope because they're so tiny? What's the meaning of crypto here? It's not terribly obvious to me. Who? It's a very big owl. Next is cryptogram. You should call your grandma, hello, cryptogram. No, it's just gam. Oh, we do have cryptogram, though. You cannot mistake these. Cryptogam and cryptogram. That one probably makes more sense to call your grandma cryptogram. What is a cryptogram? Is she doing things that are very backwards? Is she hiding away things? Is she an enigma? Is it hard to decipher what maybe cryptogram speaks in crypt? What was that word? Crypt. One of those crypto words. Just speaking in code. That's what she does. Okay, back to cryptogam. Check out the gams on that crypto. Noun from 1847, a plant or plant-like organism, as a fern, moss, alga, or fungus, reproducing by spores and not producing flowers or seed. Cryptogamic, also cryptogamous, those are adjectives, cryptogamic and cryptogamous, because you have to change the emphasis. Because English is great. Let's see. Is anything gammy? Nope. Hidden. Oh, hidden. That's what the first part is, obviously. But then gam comes from the Greek gamia, which means it's the suffix gammy. So that's not really helpful. But yeah, it's something it's the hidden. I guess. Spores, it does not produce, it does not produce flowers or seed, so they are hidden inside, kind of. Just because this is what the people thought, probably. If it's not outside, it's probably hidden inside, the flowers or the seed. Well, if it doesn't produce them, they just don't exist, but they're hidden because most things, I guess, do have flowers or seed. This is just a guess. I have no earthly clue. Who? Cryptogenic. Actually, you'd just say cryptogenic. But if you want to say cryptogenic, you can say that. That's fine. Adjective from 1908. Of obscure or unknown origin. As in a cryptogenic disease. Its creation point is hidden to consciousness. We don't know where this disease came from. But when we do find out, we can't call it cryptogenic anymore. The genesis of it has been hidden. That's what that word means. Who are you? Cryptogram is next. Noun from 1878. 1. A communication in cipher or code by your grandma. Number 2. a figure or representation having a hidden significance. What does it mean? Ooh. Next is cryptograph, noun from 1845, and the synonym is just cryptogram. So it looks like cryptogram is 33 years after cryptograph. And so, obviously, I mean, it looks like cryptograph was first, and then it went out of fashion. The new younger kids who were creating these cryptograms decided that a better name would be cryptogram. Ooh. Next is cryptographer. Noun from 1641, a specialist in cryptography as a clerk who enciphers and deciphers messages. That sounds like creating messages and figuring them out. Different ones, though. You're not going to be deciphering the same message that you enciphered. You're going to decipher other people's messages. B, one who devises cryptographic methods or systems. C, the synonym is cryptanalyst. We had that yesterday. A specialist in cryptanalysis. And that was just, that was the one that you solving cryptograms, making them, thinking about solving them, all that stuff. So cryptographer, now somebody who's doing cryptograms, they would be a cryptographer, right? So why are we using the PH and not the M? The cryptograph went out of fashion, sort of, but the people are still called cryptographers. Should they be cryptogrammers? Cryptogrammers. That's like Instagrammers for hidden code. Who? Next is cryptographic, adjective from 1824, of relating to or using cryptography. Cryptographically, that is an adverb. Ooh. Man, it is so windy today. Seriously, I think I heard like up to 60 miles an hour or something crazy. That's not right. Thank you, climate change. Next is cryptography. We did not actually get to this one yet. We had cryptograph, cryptographer, cryptographic, and now we have cryptography. Noun from 1658. 1. Secret writing. 2. The enciphering and deciphering of messages in secret code or cipher. And then also the computerized encoding and decoding of information. And number 3, the synonym is cryptanalysis. So these are like almost identical to the cryptographer definitions, but one is the person doing the stuff, and then the other one is the act of doing it. Yeah. Who? Next is cryptology, noun from 1935, the scientific study of cryptography and cryptanalysis. Just studying it. That's cool. Cryptological or cryptologic, those are adjectives, and cryptologist is a noun. Ooh. Next is cryptomeria or cryptomeria, noun from 1841, an evergreen tree of the bald cypress family that is a valuable timber tree of Japan. And then it says to see the cone illustration. And since we already did that, we can look back. We can quickly remind ourselves what these cones look like. I remember doing a terrible job at describing what cones look like. Yeah, that was very odd. Okay, we're close. We're close. Here we go. Okay, so what is the word that we're on? We don't remember. We got to go figure it out. Cryptomeria is the bald cypress family evergreen tree from Japan. Let's see. Which one? Oh, here we go. Number 2, Cryptomeria. Oh, it's the tiniest of the cones. It's like a little ball. I probably said this looks like COVID. It kind of looks like COVID. Little bumpy, sharpy, bumpy things on this tiny little circular cone. Yeah. So let's see. The scientific name is Cryptomeria japonica. So it's not very often that you call a thing by the first word in its scientific species name. I don't think that happens terribly often. That's the common name. Common name, scientific name, or species name. So Cryptomeria, that's just all it is. From crypt and the Greek meros, which means part. Part. So I think it's still the hidden and the part. Part of hidden. Something is hidden partway. Who knows? There's more at the word merit. Who? Next is cryptonym. Cryptonym. NYM is at the end of that. Noun from 1876. It is just a secret name. I was wondering if it was going to have to do with a name, but I wasn't sure how that would work. But yeah, if you've got a name, a nickname that maybe your partner calls you that nobody else knows about, or any sort of secret name, lots and lots of options. If you're part of a, where was that one we had here? Just a crypto, just a secret party sector or other group. If you're part of one of those, if you are a crypto in a crypto, maybe you have a cryptonym. That would be fun. Ooh. Next is, how do you say it? Cryptorchid. 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 I think that's how you say it. Cryptorchid. Now, is this like the orchid, the flower? Noun from 1874. One affected with don't know how to say this. Cryptochordism. It's the next word, and it's not really giving me all the information I need for this thing, but cryptorchidism. I think that's how you say that word, which is a very strange word. Cryptorchidism? What is it? I don't know. We'll learn soon. I have to finish this first. Just to say, cryptorchid is also an adjective. And, interesting. Okay, so if you know about orchids, the plants, you possibly know this etymology. So yes, from the crypt plus orchid, which means testicle. That is from the Greek orchis, and there's more at the word orchis. So is this hidden testicle? Is that what that is? Who? Next here is the very difficult word to say, cryptorchidism. Also just cryptorchism. You took out the D sound. Cryptorchism. Noun from circa 1882. A condition in which one or both testes fail to descend normally. So when a baby is born, their testicles are inside of their body, not hanging down. I don't know. Is this months? Is it months? I'm asking you like you can respond. I have heard, but I don't remember. I never had kids, and I don't remember this time in my life. Just had a funny image of a baby keeping a diary. Whatever it is, 6 months later or 3 months when the testes have dropped, there's just an entry that says, "Today was a good day. My testes dropped." So, if they don't go down like they're supposed to at the time that they're supposed to, whatever that is, then that kid has cryptorchidism. And I hope it's not difficult to fix. Next is Cryptosor. This is the longest one. Cryptosporidiosis. Kept on going. Cryptosporidiosis. Cryptosporidiosis. How many times can we say this? Cryptosporidiosis. I have to learn how to say these words correctly. Noun from 1982. Infection with or disease caused by Cryptosporidia. And you might be curious about that one, so I shall tell you. Cryptosporidium, that would be the singular of Cryptosporidia. Noun from 1982, any of a genus of protozoans parasitic in the gut of vertebrates, including humans, and sometimes causing diarrhea. So you don't want a Cryptosporidium inside of your body. It's parasitic in the gut of vertebrates. We are vertebrates because we have a spine. So humans and probably other animals like that can get these. And are there other things other than diarrhea? Are there other symptoms? I don't really need to know because that's enough. I don't need to know more. Diarrhea is plenty. That's their motto. Diarrhea is plenty. Cryptosporidium, that is the genus name, and they are of the order Coccidia, which we talked about that before. Just before. Oh, the beginning of this episode. Spore, fungus, all those things. That's what that is. Yeah. Whoo. Last word for this episode. Yay, you are so happy. Cryptosystem. Cryptosystem. One word, noun from 1955. A method for encoding and decoding messages. You need a system when you're gonna go ahead and create or figure out, couldn't think of the opposite word to create. It's not destroy in this case. Creating messages or figuring out messages. You need a very organized system probably. I don't know. I never did it. The words in this episode were cryptococcosis, cryptococcus, cryptocrystalline, cryptogam, cryptogenic, cryptogram, cryptograph, cryptographer, cryptographic, cryptography, cryptology, cryptomeria, cryptonym, cryptorchid, cryptorchidism, cryptosporidiosis. Oh, I said it without even looking at the pronunciation guide. Cryptosporidiosis, cryptosporidium, and cryptosystem. Jeez. There, obviously, I want to pick every one. Can I pick every one? Will you let me do that? Lot of crossovers, obviously. Interesting. I feel like there was one that was maybe more interesting. I have to look. Not really that one. I mean, that's all fascinating to me. You know, this is when it gets dumb. We don't need to put so much thought into this. We'll just pick cryptology as the word of the episode. I think that's a fun one. Studying cryptography and cryptanalysis. I'm a cryptologist. Thanks very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I started a TikTok account because I said that I might, but I didn't know what to do. And it's like, well, maybe I'll just record myself recording the podcast. Oh, that's meta and weird. So I threw on one of these silly looking filters. I think this one looks kind of funny. And we're just going to record for another 20 seconds. Hey, maybe I'll actually do something. Welcome to the dictionary. The first word is cryptozoology. Cryptozoology. noun from 1969, the study and search for animals and especially legendary animals, as Sasquatch, usually in order to evaluate the possibility of their existence. Cryptozoological is an adjective and cryptozoologist is a noun. Hey, the TikTok thing ended. And it's playing. Okay, hold on. We have to finish this. I don't know how to do this thing, so we're just going to say hashtag the dictionary. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. And then we just hit the thing and post. Okay, TikTok. I was just looking up how to turn off the sound because you can't turn off the sound as far as I can tell. So that's why you're hearing something right now. Okay, it's uploaded. Phone, go away, bye. Let's get back to the words. So cryptozoologist, I think just cryptozoology, I think this is so fun and fascinating. I don't think there's a Sasquatch. I don't think any of them exist, but it is fun. It is fun. Next is CRYST, CRYST, abbreviation for crystalline or crystallized. Next is crystal. We added an AL to Christ. First form, noun. See, it's a noun, but also it's an adjective. We'll get to that one next. But you just add AL to Christ, which is just crystalline or crystallized. It is crystal. We call things crystals, but it is also an adjective. Oh, it's very crystal. Like, it's crystal means like crystalline, right? I think we'll get there. Crystal, noun from the 13th century. 1. Quartz that is transparent or nearly so, and that is either colorless or only slightly tinged. 2. Something resembling crystal in transparency and colorlessness. 3. A body that is formed by the solidification of a chemical element, a compound, or a mixture and has a regularly repeating integral arrangement of its atoms and often external plane faces. That was a lot of stuff, no clue what any of it was. 4. A clear, colorless glass of superior quality. A clear, colorless glass of superior quality, and then also objects or ware of such glass. The quality of that crystal glass is so superior to all the other glasses. Why? Why is it? How do you make crystals? Is that why it's superior quality? Because it's very difficult to make? Is it Swarovski? They make crystal things. They're beautiful. What exactly is it? How do they do those things? Number 5, for crystal, the glass or transparent plastic cover over a watch or clock dial. I was always a little confused when I would hear people say crystal in terms of a watch. So what is the crystal? Oh, it's the glass. Why do they call it a crystal? Maybe it used to be made from crystal. Maybe it still is made from crystal. Well, maybe not a swatch, but other ones. 6. A crystalline material used in electronics as a frequency determining element or for rectification. I think it's fascinating that you can do this. I do not understand it at all. I need a crystal expert to tell me. 7. It is the number 7 definition for the word ice. And then broadly, methamphetamine in any form when used illicitly. Meth, it's a drug that people did. Breaking Bad was all about meth, and it is also called ice, probably because I think it sort of looks like ice, and then also crystal because I think it sort of looks like crystal. All I know all I know about meth, I learned from Breaking Bad. They break it up into pieces, so yeah, it looks glassy, crystally, icy. What's the sound effect? Beep, beep, boop. No, it was something like bang, bang. Not even that, but maybe closer. Second form of crystal, adjective from the 14th century. 1. Consisting of or resembling crystal. We got some synonyms: clear and lucid. 2. Relating to or using a crystal, as in a crystal radio receiver. Next is crystal ball. 2 words, noun from 1848. 1. A sphere, especially of quartz crystal, traditionally used by fortune tellers. Now, when I think of this, I think of a very large sphere. I don't know, maybe 8 to 12 inches across. Was that whole thing made of crystal? Or were they those smaller crystal balls like they do in Labyrinth? Are those also are those crystal? I don't know if those are crystal. Might be something else. But anyway, yeah, crystal ball. Got to look into the crystal ball to see what the future is, and I'm sure it was 100% accurate all the time. Number 2, I think maybe my favorite fortune teller scene. Well, the first one that I can think of at least. I don't know if it's my favorite. Is the one with Pee-wee. She tells him to go to the basement of the Alamo to find his bike. And of course, she picked that up from random little things that she saw. There is no basement at the Alamo. Was it time to do that? Okay, just number 2 for crystal ball, a means or method of predicting future events. Glad I don't have one. I would abuse it. Bang, bang. Next is crystal clear, adjective from 1815. Perfectly or transparently clear, as in crystal clear water. Also as in, her directions were crystal clear. I like giving crystal clear directions. None of this wishy-washy. No, I need mileage, distances, street names, the things, landmarkers. I'm going to give you, if you ask me for directions, I'm going to help you out. Next is crystal gazing. 2 words, noun from 1889. 1. The art or practice of concentrating on a glass or crystal globe with the aim of inducing a psychic state in which divination can be performed. Can it? Number 2, the attempt to predict future events or make difficult judgments, especially without adequate data. Is data, what is the difference between data and data? Data and data. I think the singular is datum or datum. We are going to learn about this soon. You don't have to wait long. It's coming up very soon. We'll learn all about it. So we just said that, and then crystal gazer is a noun. We got a prefix, crystal, spelled Crystal, or also crystallo. It just means crystal, as you probably would have guessed, as in crystallography, or would it be crystallography? Oh, I think that's it. I think it's crystallography. Yep, that's in tomorrow's episode. Next is crystalline, or crystalline, or crystalline. Adjective from the 15th century. I think everybody born with the name Crystal, that's just a nickname. Their full name is crystalline. 1. Resembling crystal. As 1a, strikingly clear or sparkling, as in crystalline air. Also as in a crystalline lake. 1b, the synonym is clear cut, and that is 2 words with a hyphen. 2. Made of crystal, or composed of crystals. 3. Constituting or relating to a crystal. And crystallinity, that is a noun. Etymology is not helpful. Moving on. It is crystalline lens. 2 words, noun from 1794. The lens of the eye in vertebrates. Do I have a crystalline lens? The lens of the eye in the vertebrates. It's not saying some vertebrates. It's saying in vertebrates. That means all vertebrates. I am a vertebrate. You are probably a vertebrate. So we all have crystalline lenses. Why is it crystalline, though? It would be interesting to know why they use that word. Next is crystallize with an S, British variation of crystallize with a Z, which is not the next word. It is crystallite, noun from 1805. Crystallite. That's the stuff that's still around. I used to make that powdered stuff. Crystallite. No, this is crystallite. 1A, a minute mineral form that marks the beginning of crystallization. It is a mineral form that's extremely tiny that shows when crystallization is starting. And it could be in glassy volcanic rocks. 1B, a simple grain in a polycrystalline substance. A simple grain in a substance that is polycrystalline. And then number 2, it is a synonym which at first I thought it said Michelle, but it does not. It says maybe micelle, M-I-C-E-L-L-E, micelle. It looks French, and that's just how I'm hoping it's pronounced. Next is crystallize with 1 L or 2 L's. Verb from 1598, starting with transitive. 1. To cause to form crystals or assume crystalline form. 2. To cause to take a definite form, as in, tried to crystallize his thoughts. I am doing that constantly. 3. To coat with crystals, especially of sugar, as in, crystallize grapes. Were frozen grapes a thing that you did? We did it. I never really had like strong opinions about it, but I knew a lot of people who did. They really, really like frozen grapes. So I ate a fair amount of frozen grapes. But I just asked somebody, I don't remember who it was, if they like frozen grapes, and they didn't. And maybe not everybody likes frozen grapes. It is cold. Not a big fan of the cold, but they are good. Okay, now we have intransitive, to become crystallized. Crystallizable is an adjective, crystallization is a noun, and crystallizer is a noun. Looks like we have one more word for today. Yay, yay. It is, wait, we got to do the thing first. Bow. Crystallographic. 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 Adjective from 1804. Of or relating to crystals or crystallography. And crystallographically, that is an adverb. So we had cryptozoology, crystal, crystal ball, crystal clear, crystal gazing, crystal, crystalline, crystalline lens, crystallize, crystallite, crystallize, and crystallographic. All right. We'll do crystal ball as the word of the episode. What does my crystal ball have to say? It says you will be back tomorrow for another episode. I forgot to say the things at the beginning of this episode. If you could do the things, go do the things. I really like it when you do the things. Share this subscribe to it on your thing. Most importantly, go write a review and rate it 5 stars or more if it allows you to. This one goes to 11. And follow me on social media at dictionarypod. I've also personally got at speedjampar, which I think the TikTok thing is under. Let's see what else. There's a Google Voice number that you can call and leave a message. And there's a Patreon where you can give me monies and you can get episodes early, very, very early. YouTube is a thing. That is going to be the end of this episode. We finished page 302. Until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome. Welcome to the dictionary. This is Spencer. I'm doing one of these little video things again. We need to talk about the first word in this episode, which is crystallography. Crystallography. Noun from 1802. A science that deals with the forms and structures of crystals. Crystallographer is a noun. And we're going to end this right there. This little TikTok-y thing because, why not make silly videos for all the world to see? Okay, we're just going to hit the button here and boom, boom. Okay. Next word. Oh, what's the sound effect going to be? It's going to be, my brain is blanking out. Ha ha ha. Next word is crystalloid. L-O-I-D at the end of the word there. Crystalloid. That's like Christopher Lloyd. Crystalloid. It's so similar but so different. Noun from 1861. A substance that forms a true solution and is capable of being crystallized. Crystalloid or crystalloidal, that is an adjective. Either one of those. Ha ha ha. Next is crystal meth. 2 words, noun from 1984, and it is the number 7 definition for the word crystal, which actually leads us to the number 7 definition for the word ice. But then broadly it also says that's a hard word to say, methamphetamine in any form when used illicitly. Crystal meth. And then yes, meth is short for methamphetamine. It's in the dictionary. We got to talk about it. We're not going to talk about it any more than that. But it's a thing that people should really, really, really avoid because it's only going to mess you up in a bad way. Ha 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 ha. That's just the sound effect. I wasn't trying to laugh about crystal meth. It's not a laughing matter. So next is crystal pleat. 2 words. Pleat is P-L-E-A-T. And I'm just trying to look closely to see if it's an L or an I, but an I doesn't make any sense. That would be piat. No, it's pleat. Noun from 1976. Any of a series of narrow, sharply pressed pleats, all turned in one direction. Crystal pleated is an adjective, but what kind of pleats are we talking about? I know pants have pleats. Narrow, sharply pressed pleats, which is hard to say, all going in one direction. I don't know, this could be a different kind of pleat than I'm aware of. Maybe we need to find more information before we get to the word pleat. Ha ha ha. Next is crystal violet. 2 words. Violet. You're turning violet, Violet. Noun from circa 1893. A triphenyl methane dye, D-Y-E, found in gentian violet. Wow. All these new words to me don't help. So what is that word? Triphenylmethane. Triphenylmethane. I think that's probably how you say it. It's a dye found in a certain kind of violet. Is that a flower violet or a color violet? Crystal violet. Ha ha ha. Next is cry up. C-R-Y. Next word, U-P. By the way, I forgot to mention, we're chugging along through the C's in this one episode. We go from CR to CS to CT to CU, all in this one episode. And then we're going to be on the CUs for a while. Okay, cry up. This is a transitive verb from 1593. To praise publicly in order to enhance in value or repute, as in, cried up his skills as a writer. Praising publicly, so I think you'd be doing this for yourself. You're praising yourself publicly to enhance your value or your repute. It'd be like your reputation. I guess that is what I'm doing here to say that I am very skilled as a guy who can read words and talk a bit and make sound effects and sometimes little songs. But none of them is really all that good. Cried up his skills as a writer. Cry up, hey, let's all cry up ourselves and other people. You can cry up other people. Why not? Ha 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 ha. Next is the first of the CS words. And, I'm sure you can guess there's not really any real words. They're abbreviations and symbols. So it's just CS, all lowercase, abbreviation for 1, case or cases, 2, census, 3, consciousness, and 4, consul, CONSUL. Ha 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 ha. Next is CS again with a capital C. This is the first form, abbreviation for cirrostratus, which I think those are clouds. Haha. Next is the second form of CS, capital C. It is a symbol for cesium, which is spelled CESIUM. Huh? Next is the first form of CS, all caps. This is how it goes. We get to these funny double consonant things, and we get a whole lot of the same thing in a row. Noun from 1960, a potent tear gas, C10H5ClN2, used especially for riot control. Okay, it's just called CS. Why is it called CS? Well, it is called CS because I think it is from Ben B. Corson, who died in 1987, and also Roger W. Stoughton, who died in 1957. So one died in 1987, the other died in 1957. I wonder if they were the same age. They were American chemists, so they created this potent tear gas by combining all of those things, 10 of C, 5 of H, 1 of Cl, and 2 of N, and they use it for riot control. This must just be the standard tear gas that they use in those situations. I think my dad was accidentally nearby or in one of those situations, I think in like the 60s in Chicago when there was a lot of protests going on. I think he actually experienced a bit of tear gas personally. I have never, and I hope to never, although if there's something I really think I gotta protest, I'm gonna go do that. Yeah, so it's named after Corson and Stoughton. It's a real clever name, guys. Ha 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 ha. Next is the second form of CS, all caps, abbreviation for 1, capital stock, 2, Caesarean section, 3, chief of staff, 4, Christian Science, 5, civil service, 6, conditioned stimulus, and 7, county seat. How can we combine all of those into one thing? I'm not going to try and figure out how to do that, but we got a Christian scientist who has a seat on the county, who was born with Caesarean section, became the chief of staff. That's about all I got. Ha ha ha. Next is CSA, all caps, abbreviation for Confederate States of America, which don't officially exist, but I know that there are people who want it to exist, and who knows, maybe someday it will exist, but that's going to be a whole thing if it does. Yeah, okay, we're just going to move on from that. Ha 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 ha. CSC, all lowercase, abbreviation for cosecant. And that, of course, is back in the world of trigonometry. Sine, cosine, tangent, cosecant, secant, and is it cotangent? Is that the other one? It's, mathy, good mathy stuff right there. Ha 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 ha. Next is CSC, all caps, abbreviation for Civil Service Commission. Ha 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 ha. C-section is next, capital C hyphen, and then just the word section. Noun from 1973, and the synonym, of course, is Caesarean section, which we read very long time ago. I probably, at that time, said the joke I'm blanking on his name. He said, I was born Caesarean section. You can't tell, except when I leave the house, I go out the window. That was hilarious. Next is CSF, all caps, abbreviation for cerebrospinal fluid. Cerebrospinal fluid. Cerebrospinal is one word, but they took the C and the S, and then, of course, the F to make it CSF. You can't run out of your cerebrospinal fluid. You need that. It helps everything run smoothly. It's like the oil in your car. That's all I know. Ha, ha. Next is CSM, all caps, abbreviation for Command Sergeant Major. Command Sergeant Major. Ha? Ha. Next is C-SPAN. C, capital C, hyphen, span with a capital S. And what does it mean? It's an abbreviation for Cable Satellite Public Affairs Network. I never knew that. So you get it from cable or satellite, and it is a network on the TV that deals with public affairs. C-SPAN. Ha, 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 ha. Next is CST, all caps, abbreviation for Central Standard Time. It's my favorite of the standard times because it's the one that I live in. How many of these are we going to have all 24 time zones listed in this book? I find that hard to believe. Maybe just the ones in America, but all the other ones are in English too. I guess we'll find out. Next is CT. We finally made it to CT. Abbreviation for 1 carat, spelled C-A-R-A-T, like how many carats is that diamond? How many carats is that diamond in the window? Number 2, cent, C-E-N-T. 3, count. 4, county. And 5, court. Ha 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 ha. Next is CT, all caps, abbreviation for 1, Central Time. 2, certificated? Certificated, is that how you say that word? Certificated teacher, or also just certified teacher. 3, computed tomography, or computerized tomography. And then 4, Connecticut, the state, which is spelled Connecticut, but we say Connecticut. Ha ha ha. Next is, you can pronounce it a couple of ways. I want to say tenoid. You could also just say, instead of T, just tenoid, I think. Give or take. I like tenoid. It is spelled C-T-E-N-O-I-D, tenoid. Adjective from 1872, having the margin toothed. As in, tenoid scale, Whatever that means. Is that literally like a scale on an animal, on a fish, on a lizard? Something, the margin toothed. I don't know what the margin is that we're talking about. But there's more. Also, having or consisting of ctenoid scales. Oh, look, as in ctenoid fishes. So yes, those are the scales that we're talking about. So their scales must be, we probably have to post a picture of what these scales look like, because toothed, I think that's sort of hard for me to describe, at least in my mind, but I don't even know if I'm right, so why even try? The etymology says this is from the Greek, I guess you would pronounce it tis, maybe, but it is spelled K-T-E-I-S. It's hard enough to pronounce Greek when you don't know how to pronounce it, and then there's a K and a T next to each other. That means comb, C-O-M-B. So maybe that gives us a little bit of an idea of what these scales might look like. And then there is more at the word pectinate. Pectinate. Ha ha ha. Next is ctenophore or ctenophore. So yeah, it's similar to the last one. Noun from circa 1882. Any of a phylum, ctenophora, of marine animals superficially resembling jellyfishes, but having biradial symmetry and swimming by means of 8 bands of transverse ciliated plates, called also comb jelly. So it's obviously a little bit related to the last word ctenoid, but not quite. Ctenophorin, I think that's how you say it, ctenophorin, that is a noun or an adjective. So yeah, the Greek, it's from the Greek, same word, tis, which we know means comb, plus also pherein, which means to carry. So carry and carrying combs. And there's more at the word bear, B-E-A-R. Why? I have no idea. Maybe we need to find a picture of one of these ctenophores because they resemble jellyfishes, but they have biradial symmetry. Do jellyfishes not have biradial? I need to know what biradial symmetry is. I would think that it's something about a circle, but also two. It's split. I don't know. We'll figure it out later. Ha 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 ha. Next is CTF, abbreviation for certificate. Ha 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 ha. Next is CTN, abbreviation for 1, carton, or 2, cotangent. Ha 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 ha. Next is C2C. The letter C, and then the word to, T-O, and then the letter C again. It's an abbreviation for center to center. I don't know what centers we're talking about, but if you ever have to say, I'm going center to center, you can also just say C to C. From C to shining sea. From center to shining center. Ha 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 ha. Next is CTR, abbreviation for 1, center. Number 2, counter. Ha ha. Next is CT scan, 2 words. CT is capitalized, and then just the word scan. Noun from 1974, and the synonym is CAT scan, which is what most people say. But I mean, maybe we talked about it when we had CAT scan. I don't remember, but it must be CAT scan because it's just CT and it sort of looks like cat. It's almost cat, not quite cat. Has nothing to do with cats. There's no A in CT scan. It's just an easier, 1 syllable less way to say CT scan. CT scanner, that is a noun. It's the machine, probably, and also the person who's doing the scanning. This is, the CT stands for computerized tomography. Oh, and then we had, where did we have that? One of these words, one of these abbreviations, here we go. Oh yeah, just CT. was just a computerized tomography. So you're finding the tomography of the body with a computer, and you're scanning it. Ha ha ha. Next is the first of the CU words. The first one, it's an abbreviation for 1, cubic, and 2, cumulative. Ha ha. Next is CU, first form, capital C, abbreviation for cumulus. Again, that's probably the clouds. Ha ha ha. Next is the second form of CU with a capital C. It is a symbol for copper. And then you're like, well, there's no U in the word copper. That is because it is for the Latin word of copper, which is, I guess you'd pronounce it cuprum, C-U-P-R-U-M, cuprum. It's copper. Hey, we got one more for this episode. Ha. 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 It's CU, all caps, abbreviation for close-up. And because I'm in the video world, I use this fairly often. Okay, so the words in this episode were crystallography, crystalloid, crystal meth, crystal pleat, crystal violet, cry up, CS, 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 CSA, CSC, CSC, C-section, CSF, CSM, C-SPAN, CST, CT, CT, Tenoid, Tenophore, CTF, CTN, C2C, CTR, CT scan, CU, 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 CU. Yeah, see you later. All right. One of these is going to be the word that I pick for this episode. Ooh, I'm kind of leaning towards that, and maybe, those are kind of interesting. There's a whole lot of abbreviations and symbols in this episode. I don't know, let's just pick cry up. I'm crying up, talking about how this podcast is so great. Cry up, cry up. All right, that's going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. See you. Bye.